presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
It is a beautiful Wednesday night in Atlanta. We welcome you from downtown Turner Field, the last year of this ballpark. It's the Brew Crew and the Atlanta Braves, Game 2 of a 3-game series. The Brewers trying to win tonight and make it a series win. Scooter Gennett had the big hit last night. An 8th-inning RBI single came with 2 outs and 2 strikes, and the Brewers finally got that big hit on this road trip, winning for the first time. Pitching matchup, Junior Guerra, the former Atlanta Braves minor league catcher, against Mike Fulton-Evans, the former Astro and a big-time power prospect for the Braves. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from Turner Field. Great to have you with us here tonight alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. We'll hear from Sophia Minnaert in just a moment. Well, you saw the pitching matchup. Junior Guerra has really been the story. Junior Guerra was a minor league catcher in the Atlanta system, so you know there's a little extra for him here tonight to return to the organization he once played for. But his last start was eye-opening against the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, when you describe Junior Guerra so far, I know it's early on. He hadn't pitched all that much, but poise and confidence. You remember the beginning of that game against the Cubs at Miller Park? Dexter Fowler took him deep. Well, he didn't panic. He relaxed, and he settled in nicely. Gave up only 2 runs after that through 7 innings, 3 runs combined, and the big eye-popping number right there, the 11 punch-outs. You know, the fastball was a big pitch for him. You can see the shadows. He used that pitch very effectively. The split change has always been there in his back pocket. So for a 31-year-old that hasn't pitched all that often, he is showing a lot of poise out there in the mound. He's been a nice shot in the arm for this starting rotation.
And historically good in his last start. Strikeouts by a rookie. Look at the names that stacks up on this list. Teddy Higuera set the record with 12. There's a few others in that grouping. He was 1 strikeout away from joining that group for the most strikeouts in Brewers franchise history by a rookie pitcher. Yes, he's 31, but he's got a new lease on life. He is in the big leagues. The Brewers were shifting all night last night. It worked out very well. Sophia has more on that story with Carlos Subero, infield coach. That's coming up next.
By your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time.
A beautiful night for baseball here in Atlanta, Georgia. We are getting ready for Game 2 between the Brewers and the Braves. There's a look at third baseman Aaron Hill, who was in the middle of a number of defensive plays that helped the Brewers to a 2-1 victory last night. From Turner Field here in Atlanta, I'm Sophia Minner, and the Brewers have been in a number of close games. They've now gone 10 straight in games decided by 2 runs or less. So when offense is hard to come by, you turn to your defense, and that's exactly what the Brewers were able to do last night. And they did that by doing something that they've used all season long, going to the shift. They go to the shift 578 times on the season. That's second in all of baseball, the Astros leading in that category. Carlos Subera spoke with me about the infield defense last night and how the shifting and prime positioning led to the win last night.
On that line drive up the middle, we did not have a full shift, but once the hitter got to 2 strikes, Kelly Johnson, we went into full shift. We're trying to protect that bunt. We had Villar on this side, and then as soon as the 2-strike happened, automatically Aaron goes there, and then here comes the line drive, and you definitely feel good about it, you know. And the shift works towards the pitcher. That's the main thing. We try to put our players in a position where whoever's on the mound, the ball we think is going to be hit based on data that we have accumulated from the previous years.
Last night's starter Jimmy Nelson benefited from great defense last night. Junior Guerra hopes for the same here tonight as the Brewers get ready to face Mike Foltynewicz and the Braves. Game 2 coming up with first pitch coming up next from Turner Field.
Here in Atlanta, we welcome you. Brian Anderson, Bill Schroeder, Sophia Minert, and led in the truck by Brent Reland and Adam Bryant. Great to have you with us tonight. Wednesday night baseball. Let's check the Brewers lineup quickly. Ready to play ball tonight. You got VR, Jeanette, and Braun. Lucroy, Carter, and Neuenhuis make up the middle of the order for Craig Counsell. Then Aaron Hill, Keon Broxton, and Junior Guerra round it out. That's the starting 9 that will face Mike Foltynewicz. And he is ready to roll. His first pitch is away for ball 1, and away we go from Atlanta, Georgia. Game 2 of this series. It is game number 5 of this road trip. The Brewers got swept in New York. They played very well against the Mets, and then won last night. A nice rally late, as you see the numbers on Foltynewicz, his 5th start of the season. And Rock, this is a power pitcher had surgery last year, had that thoracic outlet surgery. They remove a piece of the rib and created blood flow. He had some blood clots last year. Very scary scenario for this young pitcher, but he's back this year, and the Braves have very high expectations for him.
Yeah, didn't make his first start this year until May 2nd, and he has had 2 very good starts, 2 very bad starts, coming off a loss at the Pirates, an 8-2 loss where he went 3 innings, 5 earned runs, but 2 starts before that. Very good. Big kid out of Illinois, 6'4", 220 pounds. Second year with the Atlanta Braves. He was signed, by the Houston Astros in 2010.
And he starts his night with a strikeout on Jonathan VR. So the game begins with a K, and that was the story last night. There were 24 strikeouts combined last night as we check the Braves defense courtesy of Menards.
Yeah, Smith, Enciarte, and Markakis in the outfield. Same outfield as last night. And you got some changes in the infield. Darno, Ibar, Brignac, and Freeman from third to first. And AJ Pierzynski did not start in yesterday's ball game. So the veteran backstop, 39 years old, AJ Pierzynski behind home plate.
Scooter Gennett swings away at the first pitch, right back to the mound, and 2 quick outs here in the first inning for Foltynewicz. AJ Pierzynski was the final out in last night's game. It was a good game. There were a ton of strikeouts. The Brewers struck out 15 times as an offense, but AJ Pierzynski was at the plate with the game on the line, representing the winning run last night in the 9th inning. He lined out to right field to end it. And so the story last night, if you want to just sum it up quickly, Brewers had a lot of strikeouts but managed to get the timely hits. The Braves had a lot of line drive outs in last night's game, including the final out of the game from AJ Pierzynski.
Yeah, and that ball a little bit either way might have tied the game because the Braves had a man at first at the time, and it's not often you're going to win a game, partner, striking out 15 times, but the Brewers able to pull that one off last night.
Ryan Braun into right field, falling fast, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Braun, who homered last night, put the Brewers on the board first with a dead center field home run last night. That was his 8th. He singles in his first at bat of the night tonight.
Yeah, Foltynewicz, a hard thrower, 95 to 97, and he can keep it going. I mean, he's consistent throughout the game. His key has been to try and get deep into games. He's had a couple of starts. He hasn't been able to get through 4. And Foltynewicz, wearing his emotions on his sleeve, he probably thought that ball should have been caught.
A 98-mile-an-hour fastball against Braun. He is quick out of the gates tonight. Foltynewicz fires that fastball into Lucroy at 98. Jonathan back in the cleanup spot. He comes in batting .279. He's been mired in a long slump that he is desperate to get out of. Does have 6 home runs. He's driven in 17. Lucroy actually barreled it up twice last night. Hit the ball hard on a couple of occasions, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's not like he's striking out all the time. I mean, there have been stretches where he has hit the ball hard, but right at somebody, but only goes so far. It's about getting base hits. Has always done very well here at Turner Field. A .353 career batting average.
2 outs, Braun at first. And Lucroy, a little half swing at a breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lucroy. Brewers needed that win last night. They've been involved in so many close games. 10 consecutive games decided by 2 runs or fewer. Lucroy back up the middle. There on the bag is Brignac, and he niftily steps on the bag going by to end the inning. Junior Guerra's turn, matching up against the team that signed him as a catcher back in the day. He's on the mound for the Brewers when we come back. Coming up, Brewers failed to score in the first inning. Get a hit from Braun. He's left stranded. There is Brian Snitker, longtime organizational man for the Braves, getting his first chance as a major league manager. He managed his first game at Turner Field last night. His lineup: Ender Inciarte, Chase Darno, and Freddie Freeman. And then Snitker has Markakis, Pierzynski, and Ibar in the middle. Brignac, Fultonevich, and Malik Smith, the rookie, will round it out. Note the pitcher once again batting 8th, with the young outfielder batting 9th. Junior Guerra, his 5th major league start. He has 3 wins, and he's coming off an 11 strikeout performance against the heavy-hitting Chicago Cubs his last time out.
Yeah, just continues to get more confidence every time out there. The Brewers have won all 4 of his starts so far this year. They beat the Cubs 5-3 at Miller Park.
Lead man up is Ender Inciarte, the former Diamondback. Braves have a lot of speed at the top and in the 9 spot in their batting order. This is a team that does not hit many home runs. Only Freddie Freeman has homered in this ballpark this year. And the Braves set a major league record for futility at home to start the year. They are now 2-18 at Turner Field this season. Just 2 wins, 18 losses. It has been the worst start through 20 games in the history of baseball. Diamondbacks, the Twins, A's, and the Angels all struggling at home. Brewers are hoping that trend continues in their final trip to Turner Field, as they are ready to open up a new stadium here in Atlanta next season.
Yeah, and that start, one of the reasons why Freddie Gonzalez was let go last week and replaced by Snitker, a longtime guy in this Braves organization. They're trying to build for the future are the Braves, very similar to what the Brewers are trying to do.
A leadoff walk given up by Guerra. Inciarte, a speedy base runner, is aboard. Now bring up Chase Darno. It's going to be interesting to see how Guerra comes back after his terrific performance, near record-setting performance against the Chicago Cubs last week. He finished 1 strikeout shy of a Brewers franchise record, as we talked about in the open, for a rookie. And there's a strike. That's really been the key for him, Rocky. He's been able to get ahead of the hitters. He's thrown a lot of strikes, and he's been extremely confident with the split finger fastball or the split change in any count, whether he's ahead or behind, and it's been a difference maker for him.
And you know, it looked like the Cubs were sitting on that split change, and a lot of his strikeouts against the Cubs at Miller Park came on the fastball. And big fastball, pretty straight. He's got that pitch going for him too, the slider. A season high 113 pitches for Guerra. We'll see how that affects him here tonight.
Well, he is a terrific story, a comeback story if there ever was one. We'll unpack it as we carry on through our broadcast. Sophia has a lot more on Junior Guerra as well, but this is his opportunity, and he has so far seized the moment. Got a lot of baseball remaining, but he opened up enough eyes in spring training. He was essentially thought of as a reliever. The Brewers kind of back and forth whether he was going to be a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher. If he was going to make the ball club, it was going to be as a reliever. So he did make the team. He went back to AAA, and he was more than happy to go back to AAA after years without having an organization. There's a base hit. Darno singles, a walk and a single to start the game against Junior Guerra. 2 on with nobody out.
Well, let's check out the Menards Brewers defense. You got one change in that starting lineup. Kean Broxton gets a start in center field against a hard-throwing right-hander for the Braves tonight. Braun and Neuenhuis either side of him. Hill, VR, Jeanette, and Carter. Really good defense for the Brewers in last night's ball game. And once again, Jonathan Lucroy back behind home plate.
Keon Broxton, glad to be in the starting lineup, glad to be back in the big leagues. Got a start against the Mets last Friday. Went down to AAA, had a lot of success down there in Colorado Springs, and earned a call back to the major leagues. So the speedy Broxton has a lot of ground to cover in center. Guerra in trouble early, facing Freddie Freeman with 2 on and nobody out in the first.
And Guerra was only in trouble a couple of times in that last start against the Cubs. Remember, he gave up that leadoff home run to Dexter Fowler to start the game, but was able to relax. He gave up a run in the second and then pitched pretty well. The 4 innings after that did not allow a Cub to reach second base.
The Brewers won that game against the Cubs 5-3, took 2 out of 3 against Chicago, and Guerra falls behind 2-0, and Lucroy on his way out. Early visit by the Brewer catcher. Quick trip to the mound for Lucroy. 12 pitches in, 8 pitches out of the strike zone already. Freeman on the ground, foul, just missed the bag. Close.
Yeah, didn't miss it by much, did it? He turned on that fastball on a 2-0 count and just missed that bag down the line and right.
Freeman still the Braves' best player. He is their franchise player, signed to a long-term deal that'll take him into the next decade. He's got 8 home runs this season, 15 driven in. That one's into left. Pretty well hit, but Braun is over. And he'll make the catch, and tagging Inciarte, he will stop.
Bluffing.
Wise move. He drew a throw, and a good throw from Braun. So the first out for Guerra. Line drive out by Freeman.
And a good pitch, a 2-1 pitch. It looked like that split change that Freeman seemed to be out in front. Still hit it pretty well, but a big out to get Freeman.
Well, Guerra will face Nick Markakis now after retiring Freddie Freeman. Now for Guerra, these are the kind of games now. He's on the radar. People know who he is. His name's been out there. You strike out 11 Chicago Cubs with the kind of offense they're rolling out there, you are going to garner a few headlines. And so Guerra's been operating under the radar. He's been the underdog, but I think at this point people know who he is around the game. They are developing a book on him. There's a lot of video out there, and so now we'll see how he performs with a, I don't want to say a big target. He's not one of those pitchers yet, but he at least has the attention of the opposition at this point.
Yeah, well, he's taken advantage of the fact that none of the big league hitters that he's faced so far have ever seen him before, and normally a pitcher is going to have an early advantage. He has not faced a single team twice. We'll see. That's going to be a big test for Guerra as the season goes on.
Markakis pops it up left field. Braun eases in. This will be easy for him, and there is out number 2. So Guerra surrendering 2 base runners to start the inning, an out away from getting out of this.
Yep, and that was a fastball that Markakis just couldn't get the bat head out. He does have a lot of poise. He really does. A lot of confidence in his stuff for a guy that hasn't been around all that long, and he showed it in that start against the Cubs and doesn't seem to be too rattled by a couple of early base runners tonight.
Here's A.J. Pierzynski back behind the plate tonight for Atlanta. Now in his 20th season in the big leagues. 39-year-old catcher who has a great career as a television commentator as soon as he decides to call it a career.
And he started that already in the postseason.
He sure does. Last few years for Fox, and he's done a very good job. Ground ball, foul. 0-2 the count on Pierzynski.
It's not often you see a player, play, 39, 40 years old, let alone a catcher.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty incredible to be able to say that you caught that many years behind home plate. That's few and far between to be able to catch as you approach 40 years old.
Keeps himself in great shape, and he's got a really strong lower half, strong legs, and he's had the good fortune of remaining virtually injury-free throughout his career. He's been on some good teams as well. He's had his moments. And he's a great quote. He's great for us in the media. When I say us, people like me and Bill Schroeder, media.
I'm not media.
I noticed you perked up a little bit right there.
Media? Come on.
Always fun to talk to. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. 2 men are on for Atlanta, and that one just missed. 94 with the fastball. Guerra's got a little heat.
95. He's touched 96 this year, and he's been relying pretty much with a fastball early in the game.
Pierzynski able to check his swing. And that'll leave the count at 2-2.
Yeah, missed with the split change, and that pitch is only going to be effective if it's over the plate. It can be down out of the strike zone. That's where you want it. But if it's not over the plate, guys aren't really going to swing at it. If it's too far away or too far in, they're going to take it.
Well, high stress pitches early for Guerra. First inning. Issued a leadoff walk to Inciarte. Then Darno singled to right. But he's retired Freeman and Markakis. 23rd pitch of the inning. Shift is on for the Brewers. And Pierzynski able to lay off. That's a pitch the Cubs were swinging at in Guerra's last start.
Yeah, that split change a lot of times goes from strike to the hitter to ball very quickly as it dives around home plate. That one was never in the strike zone.
You'll see the runners get a head start here with 2 away. Full count to the Braves catcher Pierzynski. Here it comes, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball. So Guerra able to strand 2. He put 2 on with nobody out. The Braves come up empty. No score. We're off and running in Atlanta. We head to the 2nd inning.
For Junior Guerra, I'll tell you, nice pitch to Pierzynski to punch him out on a full count and celebrate the unofficial kickoff to summer this Memorial Day weekend as the Brewers host the Reds and the Cardinals as part of Spring Madness. Select tickets are 50% off. Plus, fans will also enjoy 414 concession specials all weekend long.
$4 nachos, $4 beer.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Now the Tums is $15. The antacid.
You just wanted me to respond to that, didn't you? Nope.
Chris Carter leads off for the Brew Crew as we play in the 2nd inning. Scoreless game. I hope to see all of you out at Miller Park. Hope you make a trip to the ballpark this summer, and good time to do it Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Rain or shine, we got a roof. Carter hits it sharply. They had him played over there in the hole. Ibar bobbles, recovers, and safe at first.
Yeah,
Even with the stretch of Freddie Freeman, Carter able to beat it out.
Yeah, he was positioned perfectly, was Ibar, but just dropped it. That'll be a base hit. Play that should have been made, though. I mean, the ball was in the hole, but they had him played in the hole. Check it out. You see where Ibar is, and this is an easy play. That's a couple of steps to his right and just kicked it. That could have easily been an error, but I think Chris Carter will take it. And that fastball up in his zone and chugging down that line and beats it at first base. Sometimes first base just seems to get further away.
That's true. Good
as
word.
you get down that line.
Excellent adjective right there. Kirk Neuenhuis in right field tonight. He's been playing pretty much every day in center. Sliding over to right with Keon Broxton in the lineup. So Neuenhuis batting with a man on. Brewers have 2 hits. Had a single last inning and now an infield hit by Carter. Foltynewicz does not mess around on the mound. He is a fielder's dream. Not to mention a broadcaster's dream, but he works fast. He keeps things moving. And he's got electric stuff. He was very good against Milwaukee last year. It was about a year ago and a day. Actually pitched against Jimmy Nelson, and he pitched extremely well in that game against Milwaukee.
Well, he's only walked 2 guys so far in 4 starts. You know, maybe throwing too many strikes when he really doesn't have to. So there's a ball 4. Just when you start talking about good command and not walking batters, he walks Neuenhuis on 4 pitches.
And Brzezinski out for a visit. So 2 on, nobody out. And now we'll see if the Brewers can cash in. Brewers didn't hit a lot yesterday, but they had a couple of timely hits. Braun had the home run, and then Scooter Gennett with the 8th inning RBI that gave Milwaukee the lead. Made a winner out of Michael Blazek. Jeremy Jeffress notched his 12th save of the season. And Darnell Coles, the hitting coach, said we hit just enough.
Yeah, 1 for 3 with runners in scoring position, but the big one was from Scooter Gennett in the 8th with 2 outs. You know, driving in VR, who stole a base after a walk. So another low scoring game. How about Julio Teheran? How good was he? Wow.
Yeah, he is proving why he is the Braves ace and might not be in a Braves uniform come season's end. Aaron Hill takes a strike. 0-2 the count. Teheran struck out 12, a career high for him last night. Pitch count got him, though. He was out after 7. Braves had tied it, and then the Brewers scored off Bud Norris. Into right field, Hill to Markakis for out number 1. Runners have to stay put. Foltynewicz was involved in a trade. He came from Houston to the Atlanta Braves. He was part of that Evan Gattis deal. There was another right-handed pitcher that came with Foltynewicz from Houston, Andrew Thurman, and an infielder, a minor league infielder named Rio Ruiz. 3 players for 2, as Gattis was the big piece in that trade. Very similar story. Look up and down this roster. You have players who have been acquired in recent years. Keon Broxton's one of those guys. He was acquired by the Brewers via trade with the Pirates. Jason Rogers was the Brewer that was traded for Keon Broxton. Both teams trading from a position of depth. Brewers had a lot of infielders. Signed Chris Carter, so really no room for Jason Rogers. Traded him to the Pirates, and then Pirates had a lot of outfielders. No playing time for young outfielders like Broxton, so
it's going to be that way for a while in Pittsburgh. But Keon Broxton went down to the minor leagues and tore it up, and hoping to get that same kind of success here at the major league level, still looking for his first hit.
Two on, one away. Carter at second. Neuenhuis at first, and Broxton's a little late to a
pitch
two
to
count.
hit too. And once he gets that first hit, I think you're going to see him relax quite a bit. But starts getting into your head, and you start grinding a little bit when you look up on that scoreboard and you're still hitless. It's only natural.
He played in 7 games with the Pirates last year. Only had 2 at-bats. Most of his playing time came as a pinch runner or a defensive replacement. And a called strike 3, rung up by Tom Howyan. Broxton is out. That's a big one there because now the pitcher Guerra is coming up.
Yeah, right on that outside corner. He fell behind Broxton 2-0 and able to come back to get him. Broxton had a couple of good pitches to hit though, and that one right on the edge.
And you know you've been punched out when Tom Howyan is behind the plate. Well, Junior Guerra will try to invoke some of his position player skills back when he was a catcher in the Braves system. A light hitting, strong armed catcher. That's why he made the conversion after the 2005 season to the mound. Those are probably uncomfortable conversations when you're a position player, you're in the minor leagues, and you're getting coaches come to you saying, you know, we're thinking about making you a pitcher.
You know, you really have a good arm. Maybe you ought to try getting out there on the mound. Yeah. But it's worked out pretty well for him, and it took him a while. He had to go through, jump through a lot of hoops, but here he is.
He's up there in a 1-2 count. Brewers had 2 on, nobody out, and in danger of coming up empty here. Guerra had a pretty good swing at that one. Guerra hit for average in the low 200s across his minor league seasons. 03 to 05. And there's a called strike 3. So the Brewers return the favor. The Braves had 2 on, nobody out, couldn't score. Same for the Brewers in the second.
between the Brewers and the Braves as Junior Guerra makes his 5th start. His 11th strikeout performance against the Cubs certainly got a lot of attention locally and across all of Major League Baseball. And Guerra's story is one of perseverance and patience as he returns to make the start against the team that signed him in 2001. And as BA and Rock told you, he started in rookie ball in 2003. And in 2006, he was on the verge of getting released. So that's when he was converted to a pitcher. And Carlos Subero had him in the Venezuelan Winter League as he was making that transition. Said he certainly, had the weapons with the split finger, the fastball, the curveball as well, the efficiency to mix all the pitches. And his experience as a catcher has helped him game plan and thought he could be more effective as a starter. So Subero has seen him from the beginning as he makes this evolution from a catcher, reliever, and now starter in the big leagues.
It is quite a story, and we had a long chat today, Sophia and I, with Carlos Subero. And Carlos, a Venezuelan, has spent a lot of time with Junior Guerra, saw him as a catcher, knew him well back then, as Sophia mentioned, and never imagined that he could be this kind of impact pitcher. As Ibar bounces one off of VR, tough hop for him to handle, and Ibar will reach on a base hit. But Rock, she makes a good point, and Suberos was talking about two things. Number one, that he's 31 years of age, but in pitching years, he's a young guy. He's 23, 24 years old because he hasn't pitched much, hasn't logged a lot of innings on the mound, and that leads right into why he feels as a starting pitcher, and the organization felt the same, as a starting pitcher, it's actually probably more beneficial for Junior Guerra at this stage of the game, even though you're trying to do it at the big league level, because of all that goes into being a starting pitcher and the rhythm of being a starter
and the routine. And every guy likes to have a certain routine. The side sessions in between starts, when you haven't been pitching all that long, particularly in the major leagues. I mean, coaches can get with you on your side sessions, which you really don't have the opportunity to do it out of the bullpen because you never know where you're going to pitch. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he didn't start pitching until 2006, and that even included down in his amateur days. So yeah, it is a young arm, 31 years old, but that arm's got a lot left in it. There's a lot of bullets left in that arm, and it shows. I mean, he's good, has a good power fastball, and every now and again you're going to see it sink and cut. The pitch that he threw to Pierzynski had a nasty cut to it, and Pierzynski swung right through it. So he's got a lot to learn.
And learning here at the big league level, and the fact that he was a catcher, as Sophia mentioned, the game planning, that's his strength, the ability to pour through a lineup, learn how to attack hitters, all things he did as a catcher. That's typically the hardest part for pitchers to come by once they get to the major league. So that's a real strength for him, and another reason why Guerra as a starter seems to have made more sense, because you're taking advantage of a strength. He can get in and go through a lineup. He can attack hitters. He's watching video. He's doing all those things that a catcher would do, preparing to catch a game and put the fingers down for a starting pitcher. And so that's an area where he has some accomplishment already.
And the other part of that, when he was catching and hitting, he can think like a hitter in certain situations. He knew when he went up to the plate in certain situations, he got a scouting report on a guy, and he knows what hitters are looking for the most part. And now he's starting to think as a pitcher, and understanding that is just going to help him. I was talking to Jason Lane about that, before the game today. Jason Lane, a hitter and a pitcher, he was talking about that same thing.
Jason Lane, one of those rare players who did both, but went from position player in the big leagues, hit in the big leagues, and then came back as a pitcher, and went all through the minor leagues, came back as a pitcher in the major leagues as well.
And he said if he did it the other way around, he might have been a better hitter, because
maybe so.
Pitchers sometimes give hitters too much credit and vice versa.
Well, it worked for Babe Ruth. Runner takes off. Lucroy's throw to second is there and out at second. Ibar is cut down as Lucroy, and a caught stealing to wipe out a lead base runner for Atlanta.
Well, Lucroy caught a base runner last night in the 7th inning. He got Smith. Throw a little bit off the mark, but good job by Guerra. Another thing that Guerra does a pretty good job with, understanding the importance of holding runners to give your catcher a chance. And just a little subtleties right there. You can see Smith run on the infield side of the bag. He saw where VR was setting up. The throw was off the mark, so he was trying to make that tag a little bit longer. There's the little things that you see in these replays that the major league players just have that instinct. They know where to slide based on where a fielder is attempting to catch a baseball.
Ibar has now been thrown out 3 times. He has 2 successful stolen base attempts. He is having a very poor season, coming from the Angels to the Braves after they traded their star Andrelton Simmons. Brignac with the shift on. Right there is VR, and there is out number 2. I've heard base runners complain about Turner Field in the past, at least the base paths, because that grass, and I think it's probably closer to the baseline than any other major league infield. You saw Ibar running to second base, and if he's trying to go to the inside of the bag like he was, well, that takes you right into the grass. So look how tight the baseline is as you get towards second base. And of course, running on the grass is going to slow you down compared to the dirt. But look where he had to initiate the slide.
And there is some grass right there on the dirt there. He kicked up. Yep, that'll slow you down. The thick southern grass here is tough on a golf ball too, from what I understand.
It'll eat you alive. They make beautiful divots, though, Rock. You're plenty experienced in that.
I could do that with the best of them.
Did he go? Yes, he did. And Guerra makes quick work of the pitcher, Fultonevich. 2 scoreless on the board. A couple of hits for Atlanta. Junior Guerra, and the Brewers head to the 3rd. In Atlanta, no score as we head to the top of the 3rd. The Brewers are coming up, and our carsoup.com email the booth question. Now, this was the site of the 1996 Summer Olympics right here at Turner Field, the Centennial Olympic Stadium it was called, before they renovated it to make it a baseball stadium. So which Milwaukee native won a gold medal at the Summer Olympics of 96 in the triple jump? Great question. Good history lesson tonight from our graphics coordinator, Brian Michalogic. Opened in 1997 as a baseball stadium. They took out the outfield wall, or they took out the Centennial Stadium wall and turned it into the outfield wall here to make it a baseball field. And it's hard to believe that it's coming to an end.
Nice ballpark, really is, but not the location that the Braves want to be in at this point.
Top of the order, Jonathan VR leads off for Milwaukee. Now the Braves are actually moving their ballpark to an area of Atlanta, the suburb outside Atlanta. It's about 30 minutes from here. that I believe the number was 70% of their season ticket holders in where that grouping lives. 61 games remaining, including tonight. Once this becomes an official game, they'll change that number to 60. VR hits it sharply into left field. That's going to split the gap. All the way to the wall it goes, and Jonathan VR, he's thinking about third. He's on his way. The cutoff and relay, and VR is out. Now he plays it one way, aggressive, and it has really cost him on the bases.
It has, and a lot of times it is at third base, and you never want to make the first out at third. And that's exactly what he's done, you know, with Jeanette and Braun coming up, and it's got to be starting to get frustrating for Craig Counsell. I mean, a leadoff double is good enough at the top of your order coming up. Vio just trying to push a little bit too much, but the Braves do a pretty good job with the cutoff. You know, good throw in and a good strong throw to third, and he's an easy out at third. Can't do that. Just can't do that.
You know, you look at VR's game right now, and it was a close play. It took 2 perfect throws, but you expect big leaguers to make those plays as Scooter Gennett takes a strike. And it looks like Dan Wright is looking at the left hand of VR.
Jammed it maybe into the bag, but you can't make the first out at third base. I mean, you got to understand the game situation. You got your 2 and 3 hitters coming up. It might be a decent risk if I don't know, even when, you know, a 1 out double with you know, Jeanette and Braun coming up is a pretty good situation. Second out at third base you can understand, but not the first or third out. You just can't do that. Really, that's happened far too much.
It's the only flaw in his game right now.
Yeah.
Because he's playing very well. He's getting a great opportunity. Knows he's going to be in the lineup. He's freed up. He's hitting. Playing excellent defense. He's got a great throwing arm. As Jeanette strikes out, Fultonevich with his 4th strikeout of the game. 2nd out of the inning.
The Brewers made a couple of base running mistakes in last night's ball game, but were still able to win.
Athletic trainer Dan Wright is doing a little patchwork.
Yeah, it's one of those you know, tough situations for Craig Counsell. You know that's going to be a point of discussion between he and VR here very soon. I would imagine he's going to let Dan Wright do his thing, but a Chad is coming, and you don't want to take his aggressiveness away too much. But then again, you got to understand, you know, what your responsibilities are as a base runner. When is a good time to take a risk, and when it isn't. And that certainly was not a good time to try and get to third base.
Braun rolls one foul. Fultonevich in a 1-1 count. That first pitch he threw to Braun was 100 miles an hour. It's his best fastball of the game. Comes back with an 89-mile-an-hour slider. 1-1 to Ryan, who singled in the first. Brewers have 3 hits. They've had 1 in each inning.
Brewers have faced some pretty good velocity the last few days, huh? Syndergaard on Sunday and Tehran last night. He was outstanding, and now Fultonevich hitting 100.
Yeah, then you had Steven Matz and Jacob deGrom before that.
And the Cubs rotation before that. So yeah, pretty good pitching they faced. Nothing wrong with the starting rotation here in Atlanta. It's been the offense has been a culprit,
and their bullpen has been really bad. That's ball 4. So Braun patient, draws the 2-out walk, and a man on for Milwaukee with Lucroy coming up. Brewers started this road trip losing all 3 in New York, all very close, well played games. Brewers had leads in the first 2 late. First 2 losses were 1-run losses, and then they lost by 2 runs on Sunday in the finale. Another low scoring game last night, but it was the Brewers who came up with the big hit late and won it 2-1 last night. So all these close games, 1-run and 2-run games.
Another really good job by the Brewers bullpen.
Milwaukee comes in with a record of 19-26. 7 under. Braves are 20 under. 12 and 32. Lucroy late on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Boy, Foltynewicz can bring it.
And in talking to folks around this club, they say he can keep it going, you know, until he's out of the ball game. You know, 7 innings, he can throw that hard. Got a lot of stamina, very durable out there, can keep it going.
This is one of those pitchers to keep an eye on. He's got all the stuff to be a star in this league. He's only 24 years of age. He's got that triple-digit fastball. And he's healthy once again now after the surgery last season. Those who cover him say he's got a terrific outlook, new lease on life. There was some discussion that because he had the blood clots, and that's why he had to have the thoracic outlet surgery, where they remove the bone from the rib, it creates a better blood flow. But he had blood clots, and he was close to getting on an airplane to travel with the team. And the doctor said it's unpredictable, but when you get up in a pressurized cabin like that, those blood clots can become very scary, and he could have lost his life on an airplane. And it was that intense and that severe, and so he really does appreciate every day in the big leagues, they say, those who know him best.
Yeah, very fortunate that he did not get on that airplane. Wow, close.
It's a good attitude to have when you're this young and you have this much talent. Ernie Harwell, the legendary broadcaster, used to always say it's ideal to operate with a healthy dose of paranoia in whatever line of work you're in.
Keeps you honest.
Yeah, everybody's replaceable. 2-2 to Lucroy. Count remains at 2-2. Jonathan's always been good against high velocity pitchers with his short, compact swing. He and Ryan Braun are the two guys over the years that, no matter the velocity, they're the ones that usually stand up tall in games like this.
And the fact that he is very good at using right field, can get on top of that big fastball as long as it's not up too far in the zone. Yeah, mid thigh and down, it's you can get to those big velocity fastballs, but belting up, I don't know.
And Lucroy, a swing and a miss. Up the ladder he goes, and a strikeout, a foul tip into the middle of Brzezinski. 97 with the Heat, 5th strikeout for Foltynewicz ends the inning. Was right in the middle of it all last night. Talk about two game-changing line drive outs. Brock, this was the bases loaded, nobody out situation here.
And he can't be in a shift in this situation. Good thing he wasn't, because right down the line and turned into a double play, and Jimmy Nelson able to get out of that mess. And look, later in the ball game, he's not at third, he's over there, right over the other side of second base, and another line drive bullet caught by Aaron Hill. He also made a nice play in foul territory over by the Brewers dugout later in the ball game. So Aaron Hill, the third baseman, second baseman, no matter where they put him, I think he's been pretty good defensively.
And sometimes he will move in the middle of the at-bat like he did against Kelly Johnson, that line drive to second, where he moved over in that spot behind the bag with 2 strikes. And
you got to protect against a bunt before 2 strikes. Certain guys will drop down bunts, but when they get 2 strikes on them, they'll move him over in that shift spot.
He's in a bunt alignment here with the speedy Malik Smith leading off for Atlanta. See a lot of Michael Bourne in this young hitter, outfielder. He's got some pop. He's got 3 homers. Had a triple and an RBI last night. This time he chases. Lucroy's got to secure it at first. He does so, and a strikeout for Junior Guerra, his 3rd. More on the defensive shifting. That was such a big part of the story last night. Let's check in with Sophia.
Well, that's right. In talking to Carlos Subero before the game, he said certainly there's a lot of time that is spent by all of the coaches going over the data, studying the tendencies of hitters. And so it's not just depending on the starter on the mound, but also the hitter on the plate. And he brought up that at-bat with Johnson, that line drive over the middle. And he said there's adjustments even within at-bats. He said at the start there was no shift. And then with 2 strikes, they went to the full shift, moving Aaron Hill over. He says, and you feel good when you get rewarded with that play, when the line drive comes up the middle and Hill is able to make that diving stop for the out. So he says it's something that they work towards to help the starting pitcher, and just putting the defenders in the position where they feel the ball is likely to be hit.
Sophia, you are in a great spot down there. You're like our dugout correspondent. You're right by all the action. Subero and Ed Cedar positioning players.
I do feel like I'm kind of in the mix of the coaching staff overhearing all this conversation.
Do you assist them in the shifting?
No, I did not drop any knowledge in the pregame meetings today.
Well, as far as dugout reporter positioning goes, you're in the perfect spot. We feel confident you're going to get all the latest news down there.
I hope so, as long as I don't get hit.
Keep us updated. You've been hit before and you've handled it well. Guerra issues a walk. Second time Inciarte's drawn the walk. And the only 2 free passes allowed by Junior Guerra.
And Junior doing a pretty good job first time through. 6 of 9 hitters he was able to get first pitch strikes, but then a 4-pitch walk to Inciarte.
Guerra's given up 2 hits, both singles, 2 walks. Lucroy had a caught stealing in the second inning, made it a 3-batter inning for Guerra, and 3 strikeouts. First time through the batting order. The Braves go 2 for 8. Chase d'Arnaud at the plate. Atlanta third baseman tonight. Yeah, Gordon Beckham over there last night. Chase d'Arnaud is the brother of Travis d'Arnaud, the Mets catcher, who's on the disabled list. We did not see Travis in New York. He's on his way back from a shoulder injury. Excellent catcher. And the d'Arnaud brothers in the big leagues, both playing in the same division. d'Arnaud had the first hit for Atlanta. Had a single to right, just punched one through the hole between first and second in the first inning. And Guerra falls behind him 2-0, and Lucroy's on his way out.
Yeah, just maybe rushing his delivery. The arm drops, and that's what ends up happening. You're going to leave things up pitches up in the strike zone, particularly the breaking ball.
I always wondered if Lucroy feels like he's talking to one of his own, you know, one of his brothers, his catching brethren, when he goes to the mound with Junior Guerra. Can you say things to Guerra that you couldn't say to a starting pitcher or a pitcher who's never been behind the plate, right? You have that little
brotherhood, you mean?
Yeah, a little extra verbiage that you can use that the secret society of catchers only know.
Yeah, once a catcher, always a catcher.
That's right.
Even though he hasn't caught since '05. And I don't know. I have to ask Luke about that. I don't believe I ever caught a guy that at one time in his professional career was a catcher.
So what do you say when you go out there? You go, look, you know why I'm out here.
You know, I have no idea what to tell you, but I got to go out here and calm you down a little bit.
So calm down, would you?
Get the arm up. Yeah, 2 walks now after a punch out.
Yeah, back-to-back walks with 1 away, and you're asking for it with Freddie Freeman coming up. He's been quiet, but you don't want to give this guy too many chances with men on base. Derek Johnson has spotted something. The pitching coach is headed to the mound.
It's all about mechanics, and again, you know, Junior Guerra is still on the job training here in the major leagues, and something a little bit out of whack with the delivery, maybe rushing toward home plate. That's what I was saying a little bit earlier. When you end up you know, leaving pitches up in the strike zone, you aren't dropping your arm a little bit. Your arm can't catch up. You're rushing to home plate.
Well, Freddie Freeman is a tough customer always, but he's been quiet in this series. The Braves as a team are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Freeman stranded 3 last night. He left 2 on base in the first inning. Guerra is a ground ball double play from getting out of this inning. So far, the Brewers have left 4 on through the first 3 innings. The Braves left 2 on in the first. Both of those runners were on base with nobody out. That was a good job by Guerra to get out of that mess. But with a player like Freeman, it's only a matter of time before he delivers. Tough guy to keep down. Freeman only 15 runs batted in. He has not had a lot of base runners on in front of him this season.
And when he has had men on and first baseman has been open, they've been walking him. He's got 28 walks this year, so no, opposition has been very careful with him in these spots, although there's nowhere to put him here.
2 on, 1 away, 2-0 count to Freeman. And he got in on his hands, a pop-up. That's going to stay playable. Aaron Hill in the grass will make the catch for the out. And Freddie Freeman is retired.
Boy. Hey, 2-0 count. You don't want to get jammed ever, and he got in on his hands and an easy out and foul ground. Wow.
Guerra's got a sneaky fastball going tonight.
You see Lucroy setting up middle away. It ends up and in, and Freeman just not able to get to it. And an easy out for Aaron Hill.
Now 2 men gone. Freeman retired. He's now left 4 on in this game. 7 in the series already. Here's Nick Markakis, who popped up into left field. Guerra got in on his hands with a fastball his last time up. 2 outs, 2 on. Markakis, one of those Braves that many feel will be traded at some point this year. He's a pretty valuable piece for a contender. Always been a good outfielder, good hitter.
Average down a little bit for Markakis, but he's been pretty good in these spots. Runners in scoring position and 2 outs, hitting .350 this year. That's not bad.
Those are the clutch moments. 2 out hits to score runs are killers. Fly ball left, long run for Braun, and he's got it for the out. So Junior Guerra walking the tightrope twice now. He has stranded 2 on base. Still scoreless in Atlanta. We head to the fourth.
As we head to the fourth here at Turner Field in Atlanta, and our greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. We start with a former Brewer, Francisco Rodriguez, last night against the Phillies. Went one inning, just 2 hits allowed, 1 earned run. More importantly, his 14th save of the season and 400th career save, good for 6th all-time. So congrats to K-Rod on that accomplishment. Jake Arrieta continues to dominate for the Cubs today against the Cardinals. He went 5 innings, 4 runs allowed, 4 strikeouts as well. That is his 20th straight win. And Steven Matz for the Mets today also. Earlier against the Nationals, 8 innings of a 4-hit ball, 7 strikeouts for him. He now goes to 7-1 on the season. And before the game, we talked to Craig Counsell about the offense the past week, and he said with Matz, DeGrom, Syndergaard, and Julio Teheran last night, he said this is probably the 4 most difficult starting pitchers we've seen in a row.
And then you can add Fultonevich in there with the high velocity. Really happy for Francisco Rodriguez. What a milestone, right? And we were talking about K-Rod just a few years ago, whether he would even get to 300 career saves. He had lost his closer's role as Chris Carter leads off. He's down 0-2. And just amazing. He's been able to reinvent himself. 95 of those 400 saves were as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. And Francisco Rodriguez currently 6th all-time. He's got Billy Wagner in his sights. He could catch John Franco this year as well.
Right. Yeah, good guy. He's a good influence on that Brewers bullpen. He kind of picked up the slack after Trevor Hoffman left. Yeah, keeping these guys in shape. But how about Jake Arrieta? I mean, the Cubs win today 9-8. And he gives up 4 runs in 5 innings, 90-some pitches for him. So he didn't pitch all that well, but that winning streak is alive for Arrieta. 20 straight.
And he's 9-0 this year. A 1.72 ERA. His ERA spiked with his 4 earned runs today. He's hardly given up anything. Cubs winning back-to-back games and scoring a lot of runs in the last 2 games. Not only does Arrieta have the 20-game winning streak on his win-loss, but the Cubs as a team have won 23 straight games that Arrieta has started, which matches a major league record. Carter hits it sharply, same spot. Ibar plays this one well, and Carter is retired.
Almost identical, right? This time Ibar able to handle it. That was a long throw out there from short left field. Able to get him. That's about as long as you're going to have a throw in the infield right there. Check it out. Same location. This one he's able to handle. A little bit bigger hop. And gets his man at first base. Good throw. Able to set himself. Get a good grip on that baseball and threw a rocket over to first base.
Carter reached on an infield hit last time, but Ibar had dropped the ball on a play he should have made, and he'd tell you he should make. And in the same spot. Infielders moving all over. 3 on the right side for Neuenhuis.
Interesting, they moved, they shifted after only 1 strike. You know, they were in pretty much normal position. I mean, normal for these days anyway. Then after the 0-1 pitch, they shifted.
The beauty of the shifting now in baseball is that you know exactly the tendencies of the hitter by the way the defense sets up. So you know Neuenhuis is a pull hitter on the ground and opposite field in the air, the way they're playing him, shading into the opposite field, especially the center fielder Inciarte.
I think everybody's like that. I mean, I think everybody on the ground are pull hitters. It's not often you're going to see anybody straight away, regardless of whether they're right-handed or left-handed, but it's how they're positioned in the outfield will dictate a little bit about their tendencies. You're right, though. I mean, Neuenhuis, they're playing very shallow in left. They have the center fielder Inciarte swung around toward left a little bit, and then Markakis straight away. So a lot of gaps out there in right center.
And Neuenhuis draws a walk. So the Brewers with a man on with 1 out. Neuenhuis has walked twice. And that'll bring up Aaron Hill. Very few of the Brewers had seen Mike Foltynewicz before this outing today. Aaron Hill had seen him twice and had hits in both of his career at-bats against Foltynewicz. Playing for the Diamondbacks. And a matchup with Foltynewicz. Hill came to the Brewers in the Gene Segura deal, came over with Chase Anderson and a young shortstop named Asan Diaz, who is in Single-A Appleton right now, playing for the Timber Rattlers. There goes Neuenhuis. And the pitch is a strike. The throw to second is in time. Neuenhuis is out. Looked like he had beat the throw, but couldn't get the foot on the bag in time.
Well, no argument by Neuenhuis. You know, the Brewers dugout are going to want to take a look at that one, but a feet first slide, you don't see many of those anymore. You know, most everybody's going in head first these days, and you see Pat Murphy talking to the guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah, the foot's in the way. Neuenhuis goes right in on the foot.
Well, does the heel get the corner of the bag? I'm not sure. I mean, you can see where, you know, the tag is made. Now is the heel on the corner of the bag? I'm not sure you can see that or not. And Craig Counsell's satisfied that it's an out.
So Reed Brainiac puts the foot in the way.
That's dangerous for an infielder to do that. You start going in with the cleats and get that ankle. That's the last time you'll do that.
So 2 outs now, and Hill is down 0-2. Inning changed quickly with that caught stealing.
Hey, you can't block home plate, but you can block second base.
I guess. There's a breaking ball, strike. Down goes Hill. Strikeout number 6 for Foltynewicz. We got another pitcher's duel in Atlanta tonight. The bottom of the fourth. That's what I'm talking about. You can't teach people to care, Rock. And she cares. She got full Brewer team spirit going right there. Hey, a reminder that this summer some of the biggest names in soccer converge on the U.S. The 100th anniversary of one of the world's biggest tournaments. Coverage of the Copa America Centenario begins June 3rd across the networks of Fox Sports. A.J. Pierzynski will lead off for Atlanta. Junior Guerra working on 3 shutout innings. He's had some traffic on behind him. He's issued 3 walks thus far and 2 hits. 5 base runners total. Guerra has 3 strikeouts. And Pierzynski on the ground, backhanded by Carter. Guerra's there for him for out number 1.
Yeah, Junior can use a quick inning here with a low pitch count. Pitch count starting to creep up on a little bit. 56 pitches here in the 4th inning. Yeah, rough innings in the 1st and 3rd, but able to get out of them unscathed.
Here's Eric Ibar. Reached on an infield hit his last time up. Braves are hoping a lot more out of Ibar this year. They traded away one of their signature players in Andrelton Simmons, one of the great defenders in the game. There's a little flare, and that's going to fall, a base hit. Ibar's 2 for 2. Hasn't found the barrel with either one of them, but he's got a couple of hits and a man on with 1 away. Back in the stretch goes Guerra.
Yeah, got thrown out trying to steal his last time on first base, and just served that one out in the left field. And don't have to always hit him hard. If he tried to pull it, it would have been an out, but he went right with it.
I'll see if Ibar is on the move here. The Brewers have had great success this season. If you combine Lucroy and Maldonado's numbers, they have thrown out 21 would-be base stealers. That leads the major leagues. 21 for 52 combined. Lucroy's already caught 1 tonight. He got Ibar back in the 2nd inning.
Anytime you're around 33% in your throwout percentage, that's pretty good. Lucroy at 36%.
Half swing. Brignac didn't mean to do it. And now he's down 0-2. Well, if you got a pitcher who holds runners, has a good move, for the most part the Brewer pitching staff does. It allows your catchers to have a lot of success throwing out runners, eliminating base runners as the game goes. Pitch in the dirt. Lucroy had a chance. Had he come up with it cleanly on his first stab.
Well, the mask fell off and kind of knocked the baseball away from him. I think he picked his head up a little bit too quickly, but Ibar had a pretty good jump. There's that splitter and getting it pretty close. You see the mask getting in the way, and that cost him the out.
Yeah, hit him in the hand. Ibar was ready to run on the pitch in the dirt, and it's a wild pitch that gets him to 2nd. In a scoreless game, the Braves have a runner in scoring position. Brignac up the middle. Villar's got it and thought about 3rd. He'll take the out at 1st, the sure out. Would have been close at 3rd, but you'll take the 2nd out of the inning with the pitcher coming up.
Tough angle on the throw. I think he thought about it, but he could see the runner right in the path of the throw, and you take the sure out. That's now 2 outs, and you only have to get 1. Get out of the inning. You got the pitcher coming up, so yeah, take the sure out at first base. Let's see the angle right here. You can see, I think that angle is going to be for Villar. He's going to have to throw around the base runner. Plus, you got the pitcher coming up, so just get the out at first.
Craig Counsell made a statement the other day about Jonathan Villar, which was interesting. And Counsell's not one of those guys that throws out the superlatives. He said Villar is a top 10 shortstop right now in the big leagues. Nobody knows about it. He's playing at that high of a level.
I believe it.
Defensively.
Makes the plays. He doesn't make too many errors. He's got a terrific throwing arm, and he makes some really great plays too.
High praise from the skipper. Foltynewicz fouls it away. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, make all the routine plays. Just make it, you know, every now and again make a great play, and you're going to be in the big leagues a while. But you've got to make the routine plays. And what did Mike Maddox always say? Turn outs into outs.
That's right. Oh, that's a great line.
Yeah.
See if Guerra can strand a runner at third. He's got the pitcher at the plate. And a good block by Lucroy. That's the risk with the split change he throws. But with a guy like Lucroy back there, and Maldonado's the same, both block the ball exceptionally well.
And when you call the split change, you know it's going to be in the dirt. You got to anticipate it, and you should block it. It's the fastball that gets spiked in front of you that sometimes can be a challenge.
2-2 the count to Foltynewicz. And he got him up the ladder with a fastball, a strikeout to end the inning. Junior Guerra's got it going again. 4 shutout, 4 strikeouts for him.
Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Hupy and Abraham. 1-800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham. Tell them you mean business.
Beautiful night in Dixie. Wednesday night baseball, the Brewers and the Braves. And the Brewers and the Braves are scoreless. Our CarSoup.com trivia. Milwaukee native won a gold medal here at this venue, the 1996 Summer Olympics. Who was it? And this was something that I was very interested to know. Kenny Harrison. Little Kenny from Brookfield, Wisconsin. He's in the Track and Field Hall of Fame. He won a gold medal in the triple jump. Just a fantastic story. And what a moment that was at the 96 Olympics. He got injured in 92. Came back in 96 and won the gold in the triple jump.
Yep, and still working with track and field athletes, and 48 years old, right?
He actually worked with Aaron Rodgers before the combine, before the NFL combine at one point. He does work with other athletes and really helped Aaron with his speed and how he graded and tested out. And yeah, he's one of the great ones from Milwaukee that you rarely hear about.
Right.
Kenny Harrison.
Everybody hears about Dan Jansen, right?
Yeah.
Winter Olympics, Bonnie Blair. Don't forget about Kenny.
Yeah, won it right here in Atlanta. Keon Broxton leads all for the Brewers. He's down 0-2 here to Foltynewicz. Broxton, the former skateboarder. And I'm not talking about just casual skateboarding. This This guy was so good that there was a legitimate shot he could turn pro and go on the circuit, and I'm not sure exactly what he did, whether it was the trick, the aerials, or whatever.
Going up on the
yeah, X Games, you know,
on the railings and stuff. He's a big guy for doing that, right?
He said it gave him great balance. That makes sense.
I guess. Yeah.
You get to the big leagues, and you always had to find the center when you're doing the tricks on the skateboard, and that's one thing that he has carried into his baseball career.
Did you ever skateboard?
You know, I was also thinking about going pro at one point in the 6-wheel skateboard as Broxton draws the walk to lead off this 5th inning, and now we'll see if he is on the move. Skateboarding was never my thing, Rock. I was not good on wheels.
No.
Motorcycle, no problem. Bicycle. Used to race BMX bikes at one point until I crashed them all.
So you're a motorcycle guy too, huh?
Oh yeah.
Really?
When I was younger, for sure. Don't tell my mother though. She never knew.
You don't have a cycle at home?
No.
No Harley?
No. It's been eliminated from the repertoire by contract. My marital contract will not allow me to skydive or ride a motorcycle. Very similar to Ryan Braun's contract. Now you've been on a motorcycle. You feel like a motorcycle guy. It's kind of something I could see you do. Bob Uecker's got the really cool Harley Davidson motorcycle at Miller Park that we see every now and then.
Pretty close over there at first base.
Broxton has as much lead as he can get. Another one.
Yeah, Fulton Davis doesn't take much off when he throws over to Freeman either.
100-mile-an-hour fastball coming your way from short range. There's a bunt. Guerra gets it down. Fulton-Davis will take the out. Sacrifice for the Brewer pitcher. And Broxton into second base with one away, and the Brewers a chance to score.
Well, hey, it's a double kids promotion at Miller Park this Sunday, May 29th, as the Brewers take on the Reds. Kids 14 and under eat free. Plus, they'll also get a paint your own Bernie bobblehead courtesy of Waterstone Bank. Reserve your spot today at Brewers.com. You get a paint your own Bernie bobblehead, and you can eat free if you're 14 and under, or if you look 14.
Yeah, how do you prove it? I mean, I'd say go in and I'm 14.
Yeah.
Let me see some ID, kid. And then your response would be, I don't have an ID. Then you're automatically in. Honor system.
Right. Don't lie.
VR. Big swing. And he's down 0-2. Haven't been many scoring opportunities here tonight. First time the Brewers have had a man at second base since the second inning. Now VR doubled in the third, but he was thrown out at third trying to stretch it into a triple on the same sequence. Broxton runs well. Got a good lead at second, and VR fouls it back. 98 with a fastball. You said it early about Fulton-Davis. He can maintain the big velocity throughout the game.
And he's a big, tall right-hander, 6'4", 220 pounds, and he has a relatively easy, effortless delivery, and it looks like he doesn't expend much energy. This has that natural delivery that produces big velocity.
Down and in. Trying a breaking ball on VR. You feel like when you watch Fulton-Davis pitch, he's one click away from being a dominant right-handed pitcher in the game. He's having a great night tonight, but not necessarily commanding everything. He's just overpowering the Brewers with the fastball. Look out. Up and in. You heard VR bark out as that one went by. That's going to move Broxton over to third base. That could be a big one.
Hey, was that VR Przinski telling him to get out of the way?
I don't know. I heard it, though.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Not sure who it was.
I don't know. It felt like some kind of Spanish that I'm not sure I want to translate right now. Sophia. I have to put Sophia on that one. It was 0-2. Now it's 2-2. Forces the Braves infield in. One out, runner at third. Down and in. Good block back there by Pierzynski. And the count goes full. Just the 5th 3-ball count. A lot of those pitches coming via the strikeouts. He's had 6 of them tonight. Full count. Runner at third. And VR in the air. Center field. Well hit. Inciarte all the way back will make the catch at the track. And an easy score for Keon Broxton. Boy, VR hit that a long way.
Yes, he did on a 3-2 pitch. He able to center on that pitch and nearly hit it out of here. That's out of a lot of ballparks, but not here, not tonight. There's a fastball down the middle, and I think VR thought he might have got one, but it's deep enough to score the run. And look how far Inciarte has to go. He was playing shallow and around toward left, and right at the edge of the warning track, able to grab it.
Broxton scores the run. The Brewers take the lead. They score the first run of the game. That'll empty off the bases, and here is Scooter Gennett. VR, he's back at it again. He's got 14 runs batted in. Puts the Brewers on top. Broxton got on with a walk. He was bunted to second. And that wild pitch that sent him to third, a big play.
Yeah, so the leadoff walk comes around to score. Keon Broxton able to walk. Brewers executing nicely in this inning to get a run on the board. A sacrifice bunt, wild pitch, and sac fly. Now Fulton Avis came in with 2 walks in his first 4 starts. He's walked 4 tonight.
1-2. Gennett fouls it away. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. Scooter had the big hit last night. 8th inning, 2 out, 2 strike RBI single. Drove in a run that broke a 1-1 tie. And the Brewers would win the game 2-1. In the air to left, pretty well hit. Back is Smith, and he's got it for the out. That will retire the side. The Brewers score without benefit of a hit, and they lead 1-0. We go to the bottom of the 5th in Atlanta.
2-0 lead here in the 5th at Turner Field, and we have a number of injury updates for you. We start with Matt Garza and Corey Knebel, both working their way back from the disabled list, and both Garza and Knebel through their 3rd bullpen sessions today, both simulated up-down situations. So Garza went about 60 pitches, simulating 3 innings. Corey Knebel went about 45 pitches, simulating 2 innings. They felt really good coming out of it, both through all of their pitches, and with the progress, they're now on track to throw to live hitters on Saturday when we're back home at Miller Park. And Corey Knebel likely will go out on a minor league rehab assignment next week. Garza, a decision still to be made there as well. And just a quick update on Domingo Santana. After 7 days of not throwing, he was able to play catch today for the first time and did take batting practice yesterday. So good progress for Santana as well.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophia, as we get started here in the bottom of the 5th. Sophia, how about a report on Will Smith? I saw he worked in a minor league game last night in Brevard County.
He did. It was his first minor league assignment. He went 1 inning, just 1 hit allowed, 15 pitches, 9 of those for strikes. So a good outing for Will Smith. And he joked after the game, tweeting, he even made it out injury-free by taking off his shoes.
That's good. Sat down to do it, right?
That's how he injured his knee in the first place, trying to take his shoe off. That was the tweet. White Willie 13. Yep. Took my shoes off with no injury. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, good dude. Got to have him back.
There's a swing and a miss. Guerra starts the inning with a strikeout.
You know, split-fingered fastball. The split change for Guerra to get. You know, Smith, it seems to me as though he's throwing that splitter a little harder tonight than he did against the Cubs. And it seemed as though that pitch against Chicago, where he had the 11 strikeouts, had a bigger break to it. This looks more like your traditional splitter tonight.
5 strikeouts for Guerra. He's walked 3. Second time Malik Smith has struck out on 3 pitches. So to the top of the order, Ender Inciarte, who's been a handful for Guerra. He has not chased that splitter and has walked twice. The goal for Will Smith is to have him come back and pitch, I believe, tomorrow, and then he's going to go to AAA. And the Brewers want to see him pitch in back-to-back games. I think ideally the Brewers would like to see him get a ground ball or have to field a bunt or something like that, out of the ordinary, out of the controlled environment. And then once he proves he can go back-to-back games and he checks out okay with that bad knee, then he is going to come back to the big leagues, and there's a good chance he'll be active on the next homestand for the Brewers.
And to add him to an already very good Brewers bullpen this year. They've been good all year long. And once again, Inciarte draws a walk. Amazing how Guerra is just not able to throw this guy strikes.
He's the one guy that is not biting on the splitter. 3 walks, this time with 1 out. And that'll bring up Chase Darno, who walked his last time up. The top of the order for the Braves is doing their job. They're getting on for the run producers. They've had 5 plate appearances, Inciarte and Darno, and they've reached in all 5 of them. 4 walks and a single.
And typically what you want to do is to be able to, handle the top 2 in the batting order, so you don't have to mess around with Freeman, Markakis with men on base. But it's worked just the opposite tonight. You don't want to test that too much, because sooner or later he's going to start breaking out of it. That guy on deck right there. 3, 4, 5 hitters 0 for 6.
Twice Freeman has been up there with 2 on base. He's 0 for 2. Both of his outs in the air. Markakis has stranded 2 in each of his at-bats. No balls and a strike. Runner at first. Guerra looking for the ground ball here. And a strike. 0-2 on Darno.
Well, Darno kind of snuck one into right field, a ground ball right between the home and first and second, and once again Scooter Gennett playing way up the middle on him, leaving that same hole wide open.
Runner started then stopped. Guerra able to step off. You cannot fake a throw to first or third without stepping off. And a pretty good move there by Guerra to step off. You know, he, as we mentioned, he is somewhat new to the mound, certainly at the big league level, and good poise there not to flinch and balk.
Yeah, once you step off, you can do anything you want. And, you know, if you do step off like that, you can run at a base runner. You can throw to any base you want, throw to anybody you want, because once you step off the rubber, you're not a pitcher anymore.
No balls, 2 strikes. 1 man out. The Brewers just scored in the top of this inning. Sac fly by VR to score Broxton. And they lead 1-0. Another low scoring, well pitched game. Guerra loads that baseball up with the splitter grip. Ground ball that is fair. Tough play. Hill's throw is late. And that'll be an infield single for Chase d'Arnaud. And here we go again with 2 on. With the heart of the order for the Braves coming up.
Yeah, you're just tempting fate right now. And that second time, this third time now that these guys are going to be coming up with a couple of men on. And d'Arnaud doing a good job pulling the hands in and getting it right down the line. And there's no chance for Aaron Hill, not enough arm to get the out.
Guerra made a good pitch, but got to give credit to d'Arnaud for putting a bat on it, but also keeping it fair. In the first, Guerra faced Freeman with 2 on and nobody out. In the third, 2 on, 1 out, and he's got 2 on behind him with 1 out and Freeman again at the plate. Big swing. He tried to dial it up early.
Yes, he did. Fastball in. Yeah, Guerra got him on a pop out in foul ground on a 2-0 count last time. Got a fastball in on his hands.
In there, strike 2 for Guerra. Freeman is a slow runner. He is a prime double play candidate if he hits one on the ground. He's got some pop though. He's the Braves home run leader with 8. 0-2 pitch, and he is gone. A strikeout for Guerra. Number 6 for Junior Guerra, and another big out, and the frustration continues for Freddie Freeman.
And Freddie Freeman continues to scuffle on the fastball. Jimmy Nelson made him look bad last night. That pitch about head high, and you're not going to see Freeman out for it that all that often. Yeah, so he's able to get through Freeman. Now he's got to get through Markakis to get out of this mess.
You know, Rock, you're talking about Guerra, the fact he's a former catcher, sensing a hitter. And I thought that was a perfect sequence. Freeman, the first fastball he threw him, you could tell Freeman was trying to dial that swing up early because he'd been late on the fastball. Guerra sensing that. Throws one upstairs.
Yeah.
You know, Freeman is in swing mode and he can't stop the swing in time.
Well, again, I think they were just trying to waste that pitch and maybe go with a splitter to get him. But if Freeman not seeing it all that well right now, you hope it continues until the Brewers get out of town.
Now Markakis can't step off the gas now. 2 outs, 2 on. Markakis pops it up. See if it'll stay playable. Hill is over. He's got to play, and that is the inning. Junior Guerra again stranding 2 and getting Freeman and Markakis to strand those base runners. 1-0 Brewers. Top of the 6th inning. Junior Guerra has been able to pitch out of a number of jams here in this game, and he's had the heart of the order at the plate with men on base. Nothing across. Oh, he looks good once again. Ryan Braun will lead off. And Ryan Braun yesterday, leading off the 4th inning, launched his 8th home run of the season on the Powerball home run count. Gave the Brewers a 1-0 lead. Playing in his 3rd consecutive game after he had missed 4 in a row with tightness in the lower back. Had surgery on that back last offseason. Shut down his season at the end of the year. Been dealing with the thumb injury and the back injury. Came back well from the thumb injury last year. He's got nerve damage in his right thumb. But that seems to be something he's learned how to manage. He does get the cryotherapy injection. It actually freezes that nerve, so it's not as painful. But the back problem is going to be something he'll deal with. That's a base hit down the line. Braun shoots one down the right field line to the wall, and he'll roll into second base with a stand-up double to start the 6th inning.
But does anybody in baseball do that any better than Ryan Braun, hitting it like a left-handed pull hitter? A lot of guys will hit the ball to right field down the line, but it'll slice, maybe go foul, not hit it that hard. But when Ryan does it, he hits that ball, doesn't move an inch, gets on top of it. Has that backspin on it and hits it awfully hard. Look at the point of contact. It's amazing the way he's able to do that. Of all the things that Ryan Braun's able to do, that to me is the most incredible thing that he does, is hit that ball that hard down the right field line.
Had a very similar base hit against Noah Syndergaard on Sunday against the Mets. He's hit safely now in 16 of his last 17 games, and he's got a batting average during that stretch over 380. 2 more hits today. 2 hits and a walk.
Just the way he's able to get on top of that pitch away. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to do against any pitcher, but particularly a guy that's throwing in the upper 90s. A lot of talent.
Braun came in batting .357, second best in the National League behind Daniel Murphy. He's now hitting .366 after his 2 hits tonight. Jonathan Lucroy with a runner at second. The Brewers looking for some insurance. 1-0 Milwaukee in the 6th. Lucroy is a guy that needs a hit in a bad way.
Yeah, chased a high fastball his last time out for a strikeout.
Lucroy just 1 hit on the road trip. He's 1 for 18. Did have an RBI. Lucroy had a nice run of home runs. He homered in 3 straight games, the last of which coming against Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs last week. One ball, 2 strikes.
Still throwing 97 is Foltynewicz as he gets up near 100 pitches. 97.
He was hitting 98 in his first inning. Coming out of the bullpen throwing bullets. This is a key batter for him. Lucroy, a breaking ball inside. 89-mile-an-hour slider. When he corrals all this electric stuff, man, this guy is gonna be one of the real forces in the big leagues.
He's starting to corral it now. I mean, a little inconsistent, but boy, the way he's throwing tonight.
Lucroy muscles one foul. Foltynewicz has 6 strikeouts. Junior Guerra has 6 strikeouts as well. They go about it in much different ways. The splitter is the strikeout pitch for Guerra, who now has 17 punch-outs in his last 2 games. 5 scoreless on the board tonight. Lucroy in a battle here, 2-2 with Braun at second. Full count. Braun ready to run. Good speed. And the 3-2. Lucroy fights another one off.
Yeah, breaking pitch that kind of just spun up there and got a piece of it. Yeah, those are the pitches right there. When Lucroy's going well, he's going to find a gap somewhere, and just a little bit off, a little bit out in front of the breaking pitches and a little bit behind the fastball, and just got to grind out of that.
See the pitch count at 101. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat. And it's nearing the end for Foltynewicz. Nobody out. 3-2. Swung on. Missed. Down goes Lucroy. So on the 9th pitch of the at bat, Foltynewicz survives. He strikes him out. 7th punch out for the big right-hander.
Yeah, check out the movement on this pitch at 96 miles an hour, going down and in and just drops. Incredible stuff. I'm not sure he even knows when it's going to move like that. He's got to be a tough guy to catch. Look at that. I mean, it fooled Pierzynski. Says, where's that coming from?
Yeah, he knows it's coming.
He knows the fastball's coming, but he's not sure about the movement.
So it'll be Chris Carter with Braun at second. 1 out now in the inning.
Yeah, those guys that have that big velocity, they have the cut to his fastball, the sink, and I'm not really sure they even know what it's going to do when it leaves their hand. It's just a matter of release point. And if the pitcher doesn't know, you know the catcher's not sure.
Carter into right center. Well hit, long run. Markakis going back, and he'll make the catch. Braun is tagging. He'll end up at third as Chris Carter hits a bomb to right center, but it's 390 in the gap here.
Yeah, that's a home run in just about every ballpark but this one. Hit that one a long way to Chris Carter. That fastball finally able to barrel one up. I think Chris thought he got one, and he did. This ballpark holds a lot of those fly balls. And Markakis going back right in front of the fence.
That's a really good catch by Markakis. That's the end of the line for Foltynewicz. He pitched well. He is behind as he exits. 1-0. High fives in the dugout, but the Brewers got to him last inning. We'll have a new pitcher at Turner Field.
Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly.
Downtown Atlanta, what a beautiful Wednesday night. 1-0, the Brewers lead it. They have a runner at third with 2 away. Boltonevich is out. Pitch count, I'm assuming, 5 2/3 innings, and with 104 pitches, he will head to the bench. So the new pitcher is Eric O'Flaherty, and he will face Kirk Neuenhuis with Braun at third base.
Interesting choice. Left-handers are 9 for 31 against O'Flaherty. That's a .290 batting average. And you see his numbers overall. He's been struggling a little bit. Right-handers at .333.
Coming back from Tommy John surgery. Got off to a great start in his major league career. Eric O'Flaherty. Purely a matchup situation for Brian Snitker, the manager. Wants the lefty on lefty. Ryan Braun a big lead at third base, and Neuenhuis rolls one to first, and that will end the inning. Neither team has a hit with a runner in scoring position. The only run for the Brewers came on a sac fly. Ryan Braun left stranded.
The Brewers have a 1-0 lead here in the 6th. Our crew in the community tonight, the Brewers Community Foundation, will host their annual 5K Famous Racing Sausages Run Walk coming up on Saturday, July 30th. Participants will enjoy a one-of-a-kind run with the sausages around and through Miller Park, and all proceeds will support Fisher House Wisconsin's mission to provide a home away from home for active military and veterans families. You can sign up today at brewers.com/BCF.
All right, Sophia, thanks. A worthy cause. Brewers going to make a pitching change. Chris Capuano is in for Junior Guerra. Guerra goes 5 shutout innings. He strikes out 6. He just continues to build on his success. Walked the tightrope tonight on a few occasions, but he was able to get out of a few jams. Pierzynski leads off, and a slow roller is going to work for an infield hit.
I didn't have to go bare hand. That was Pierzynski running. That's one of those where you can go glove and make the transfer and get the out. Pierzynski can't run at all. That's where you got to know who's running down the line. I mean, he's got plenty of time to make this play. And Capuano not able to get there, but you don't need to go bare hand on that play. He's got plenty of time to use the glove.
Pierzynski wasting no time, swinging early in the count. So it is an infield hit. The Braves tonight, Rock, have 3 infield hits. All those line drive outs yesterday, and they have been on the other side of it here tonight.
Yeah, evened out, doesn't it? And that's what they say?
That's what they say. I've never heard a hitter that agrees with that, though. Ibar, the switch hitter, trying to bunt the runner over. Maybe trying to bunt for a hit. Braves have had base runners. They've had their chances. And not only have they had multiple base runners on, but they've had them on with no outs and 1 out in innings. So they've been early in innings to get men on base. They've threatened, and they've had their big boys up.
Yeah, 3-4 hitters, 0 for 6. Runners in scoring position, Freeman, Markakis.
The ultimate sign of respect. Capuano throws over on A.J. Pierzynski. I'm sure A.J. appreciates that.
I think Cappy thinks he might pick him off. I mean, Pierzynski's not thinking he's going to throw over. Cappy's got a pretty good move.
Pierzynski with the 2.5-foot lead over at first base. A wave and a miss. Off-speed pitch had him out in front. 0-2 now on Ibar.
He keeps shaking his head. So, yep, that's a good slider. So back-to-back sliders to Ibar, and he's down in the count 0-2.
No balls, 2 strikes. Ibar swings and misses. A strikeout for Capuano. He goes with a changeup. And the first out of the inning is a K.
Well, the first pitch to Ibar was a strike, and then 2 pitches out of the zone, and he waved to both of them. There's a changeup off the plate, and Ibar an easy out.
Just never makes it. It looks like it will, but it doesn't. Gordon Beckham will pinch hit for Atlanta. The left-handed hitting Brignac taken out. And that one is inside. Pitcher spot due up next for the Braves. So Brian Snitker having to get into his bench a little bit in the 6th inning. He's got Jeff Francoeur on deck. Fastball strike. 1-1. Capuano's been terrific for the Brewers. Gave Craig Counsell 2 innings in New York the other night. He and Blaine Boyer, 2 veteran right-hander, left-hander combo. Middle relief. A wave and a miss. Another changeup.
And both non-roster invites have made the ball club. You know, the amazing statistic for Capuano, 27 punch-outs now and a little over 22 innings of work.
Gets a lot of strikeouts on that changeup, and he can manipulate the changeup a little bit. He can throw it straight, or against a right-handed batter, he'll turn it over, and it has some sinking action like that one, like the one he struck out Ibar with. There's another one there.
Yeah, 2 innings against the Mets, he struck out 5 guys. That's how good he was. 2 scoreless innings with 5 punch-outs.
Two. Beckham, the pinch hitter. Did he go? They will ask. He did not. Able to check his swing. I thought that was pretty close. It's got to be an awful feeling for a hitter to have to leave it in the hands. Oh yeah, he swung.
He went. Nice call down at first.
I just feel like when a call like that goes down, you're maybe just not watching.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, that was obvious. Not even close.
That's a break. Full count. Pierzynski at first. Capuano looking for the double play ball here. And Beckham hits it hard. Center field, way back. Broxton watches it fly out of here. A 2-run homer. Just like that, the Braves have the lead. Gordon Beckham with his first homer of the season.
After he should have been punched out. I mean, he tried to check his swing. First base umpire Tony Randazzo said no. Clearly he did, and the next pitch ends up out of the ballpark. Yep, you give him an extra swing, and Capuano gives up the home run. So an infield hit and a home run on a changeup. That one up in the zone, and that one hit pretty hard into center field. But he should have been struck out.
Yeah, that one stings a little bit there. And a missed call at first. But you got to come back and make a pitch. Capuano left it up, and Beckham sent it out of here. Braves with their first big hit of the game. 2-run home run to give them the lead.
Yeah, the first home run in this ballpark by a Brave that wasn't hit by Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Freeman hit 4 here, has hit 4 here. Jeff Francoeur pinch hitting in the pitcher spot for Gordon Beckham. That is his first career pinch hit home run. 6th inning has been the nemesis inning for the Brewers on this road trip. They have now lost 3 leads on this road trip in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
Twice to the Mets, and now to Beckham and the Braves. Called strike 1-2 on Francoeur.
Yeah, here's a check swing that was right before the home run. You know, that bat clearly goes through the hitting zone, and Tony Randazzo, the first base umpire, said no, he didn't go. And then he hit a homer. Should have been struck out.
One ball, 2 strikes. Out to VR. And a good strong throw for out number 2. Francoeur retired. And that'll bring up Malik Smith. Capuano gave up an infield hit to Pierzynski to start the inning. Then got a strikeout, and then the 2-run homer on a 2-strike pitch. Gordon Beckham is giving the Braves the lead. Malik Smith has struck out twice tonight. He's only seen 6 pitches. And shows bunt. Bunts it foul. So 7 pitches tonight for this guy. He's seen nothing but strikes.
Yeah. Dangerous when he gets on base. I mean, he can run. I mean, no doubt about that. But getting on base sometimes could be a challenge. Tonight it is.
He had a key hit last night for Atlanta. He tied the game with an RBI triple. Tied the game at 1. No balls and a strike on Smith. The rookie speedster takes a strike. 0-2 the count. That would be a rare feat. 3 consecutive strikeouts for a hitter on 9 pitches.
Yeah.
If Capuano can get him here. The first ball. Looking ahead to the Brewers 7th. Aaron Hill will lead off, and then Broxton. And then the pitcher spot due up. 1 and done for Capuano here. with the pitcher spot due up third. And now the Brewers going to have to come from behind tonight in Atlanta. Hit well. VR bobbles. No chance now. And Smith is aboard on a base hit.
Another infield hit. The ball was hit pretty hard right on the button, and that was a bit of a tough play for VR on the backhand. A couple of hops, and on the backhand, VR not able to make the play, get him in the wrist. Even if he picked it up right off the wrist, he wouldn't have been able to get Smith. He runs well.
That is the 4th infield hit of the night for Atlanta. 2 of them coming in this inning. Braves have had 3 hits in this inning against Capuano. And a speedy base runner aboard with Ender Inciarte at the plate. This will most likely be Capuano's last hitter. Chase Darno due up next. Whether he retires him or not. Blaine Boyer would be next.
Yeah, he's ready to go. He's been very good out of that pen as well. Can't imagine why Smith wouldn't run here, other than the fact that it's very difficult to get a jump on Capuano. He's got a terrific move.
Alex Smith has 6 steals. He's got a big lead. Capuano with the C move that way. Hasn't shown him his A move yet. Pitchers with good pickoff moves wait for just the right time to break out their best move to first.
Yeah, not the first time over. Maybe this time.
Yeah, there he goes. That was close. He had him leaning, didn't he? Just able to get back.
Yeah, Smith was 6 stolen bases, but he's been caught 6 times.
What are we calling that? Are we calling that the A move or the B move?
That's a pretty good move. I think that was the A move right there.
The hesitation.
He's also got the move where he lifts the leg up high and hangs the base runner out, lets him commit himself.
Now he steps off and throws. Going through the full arsenal of pickoff moves. Ought to make a YouTube video for that. The art of the pickoff. You got the hang move, the quick release, the step off. Deals a strike. That's the other part of it too. If you lose track of the hitter, it becomes advantage hitter. But sometimes as a hitter, when you're watching all these throws go to first base and all these variations of moves, it can lull you to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, because when a pitcher has a really good move, sometimes he does catch you by surprise by coming to home plate.
A little quick step by Capuano to get the strike in there. Long pause, and Inciarte asked for time, was granted time. No pitch. That's another one of the maneuvers for a pitcher to hold a base runner.
Freeze him.
Just stand there.
Ice him.
There he goes. Lucroy's throw to second on the bag, the tag, and he's out. Well, VR took a shot, grabbing at his knee, ripped his pants, but Smith is thrown out. Perfect throw by Lucroy. We'll keep an eye on VR in the commercial. Like the helmet of Smith caught the knee of VR. The inning ends, but the Braves strike. Oh no, a spike got him in the knee. Yikes. Ouch. of Jonathan Villar opened up a battle wound out there at second base. That slide by Smith. Check out his foot. Now, he went head first, but watch the spikes of Smith as Villar steps into the running lane. And right there,
yeah,
wow.
Got him. Yeah, right below the kneecap, and you can see the rip in the pants. And Brewers athletic training staff working on him in that dugout. He's going to be all right, I think.
So Lucroy has caught 2 tonight. The Innigans at second base, but the Braves get a 2-run home run from Gordon Beckham, and they now lead 2-1 as we go to the 7th. Aaron Hill will lead off. He'll be followed by Broxton. Beckham will stay in the game and play second base. His first career pinch hit home run. Braves got a break. Looked like Beckham had swung on the pitch prior. Tony Randazzo, the first base umpire, had it as a check swing. That bought him another pitch, and he did not miss. Launched one over the center field fence.
Yeah, Cappy threw a very good changeup that looked like was a strikeout, but then he hung one, and you just can't do that. Beckham knocked it out of the ballpark. Well, the former Pirate closer Jason Grilli on the mound. And you see his numbers, a .614 earned run average. Been a tough go for Grilli, although his last couple of appearances have been scoreless. Once against the Pirates, and last time out against the Phillies.
1-2 the count to Aaron Hill. In the air, center field. Inciarte almost in his tracks for out number 1.
Well, tonight's time of the game winner, Shawano VFW, number 2723 in Shawano. If they call the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
That sounds like a great place to watch a game at the VFW.
You know what? I'm going to be up at the Grand Rapids VFW on June 6th.
All right.
That's D-Day.
Right.
I'm going to be doing a book signing up there, talking to some of the vets and some of the folks up in Wisconsin Rapids and the surrounding area. Looking forward to it.
You do great work with the veterans and the military charities. Always appreciate what you and Jonathan Lucroy do for our veterans, and I know you're involved with the Honor Flight, and that's a great charitable cause to get behind. And we're going to be connecting with the folks at the Stars and Stripes, the Honor Flight.
Yep.
They'll be making another trip in November, I think.
Actually, I'm going to be emceeing a nice event at the Wood Cemetery at the VA area, the VA grounds on Memorial Day on Monday, 9:30. A nice event to honor our nation's heroes. It's going to be a lot of. It's going to be nice to be a part of that ceremony. 9:30 at the VA Wood Cemetery. Nice event. Going to have a flyover, and going to be a band out there, and just a way to honor our nation's fallen heroes.
And for those who don't know, Rock's got not one but 2 sons, a son and a son-in-law in the military. Son Billy and Perry. How are they doing?
They're doing great. And Kate and I are thankful every day that they both came home healthy and from their deployments. But you always have to remember there are families that were not able to have their loved ones come back, and those are the ones that we honor on Memorial Day.
I got a big Memorial Day weekend at Miller Park. Always great to use the platform of Major League Baseball to shine a light on a number of the military charities that we're close to in Milwaukee and that Major League Baseball is close to. Brewers do a great job always putting together some terrific events and groups, and when we travel to Washington D.C. there's usually a group that heads to the Walter Reed Hospital. Brewers are going to be in D.C. on the 4th of July this year. Broxton strikes out, And Grilly has retired the first 2 here in the 7th inning.
No, I think that I said Grand Rapids, and that's Michigan. It's actually Wisconsin Rapids are going to be at. I'm sorry.
I don't want you going to Grand Rapids.
No,
I mean, not that it's nice in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, it's Wisconsin Rapids on June 6th, D-Day. The VFW in Wisconsin Rapids.
Remind us June 4th.
Oh, I'll remind you a few times.
And then we'll get some people on. Colin Walsh pinch hitting for Milwaukee. Brewers down a run, 2-1, 7th inning. Had a 1-0 lead going into the 6th, and then a Gordon Beckham 2-run homer. Flipped it quickly. Capuano on the hook for the loss now. Top of the order due next. Brewers trying to get something going with 2 away. I'll tell you, Jason Grilly's been a survivor himself. Just an incredible career of perseverance. Boy, he was in that little window with the Pirates about as good as there was an all-star in 2013, had 33 saves for Pittsburgh, helped them into the postseason. Second year with the Braves. He pitched well last year. He had an ERA sub-3. Just 36 games, had to deal with some injuries. 24 saves for Atlanta. Two-one to Walsh, outside, ball 3. Collins is hoping for something good to happen at the plate. It has been a struggle offensively for him. Well, he should get something to hit. You know, Grilly's not going to want to get to the top of the order. Got an inexperienced hitter at the plate. He'll come right at him.
Missed.
But he misses with a fastball, and Walsh draws a walk. Tying run is on, 2 away, and the hot hitting Jonathan Villar coming up. Hey, a reminder that Sunday, the longest race on the NASCAR circuit, the Coca-Cola 600. It's at 4:30 Central on Fox, or you can watch all the Memorial Day weekend events on Fox Sports Go. That's in Charlotte. The longest race, an endurance challenge. The Coca-Cola 600. VR will get a swing here in the 7th. 2 outs, Walsh at first. And a strike in there from Grilly. VR at the plate tonight, presented by Blaze Pizza. Has a double. He tried to stretch it into a triple and was thrown out. That led off the 3rd. Had a sac fly that plated the only Milwaukee run in the 5th. Colin Walsh was a big stolen base threat in the minor leagues. Not sure if Craig Counsell is eager to get him on the move here, but there are 2 outs. VR pretty good contact hitter.
Well, Gapper should tie the game. And Walsh with decent speed.
Another check on him at first. There was a year in the minor leagues when Walsh had double-digit steals. 2013, he stole 14 bases. He had 17 last year in Double-A. So he is certainly capable.
And for a former closer, Grilly's relatively quick to home plate. Doesn't have that high leg kick, and that gives you that slide step. Pierzynski not with a great throwing arm, but pretty accurate normally.
39-year-old Jason Grilli pitching to 39-year-old A.J. Pierzynski. 1-2 the count. Grilli's first year in the big leagues was 2000. He's had a couple of surgeries. He was out of baseball after the 09 season. And then that great comeback. So you got to give Ray Searage a lot of credit there in Pittsburgh. He is the pitching coach of the Pirates. Has been able to resurrect a lot of pitchers. Former Brewer pitcher Ray Searage.
Yeah, a couple of former Brewer pitchers that are doing a pretty good job as hitting coaches. Oh, he and Chris Bosio. You got Bob McClure over in Philly.
Oh yeah, that's a good name. Well, VR's looking for a mistake. Tying run at first. And down and in. Now Grilli has worked it full, and that's going to give Walsh a head start.
Yep, now Gapper will tie the game. Going to play behind Walsh. He should get a pretty good jump. Outfield just step back a few steps.
A lot of speed in the outfield, especially in left field and center. Tough to get one in the gap with those two. Full count, 2 outs. Walsh goes down and in. Ball 4. VR draws the walk, and the Brewers suddenly have something going here in the 7th inning with 2 on and 2 out.
Yeah, good patience that time by VR. He fell behind pretty quickly. A 1-2 count, and he really just couldn't put him away with a slider. Just kept missing.
Brian Snitker on his way out. The interim manager is going to make a change. Grilli got the first 2 back-to-back walks, and to the bullpen go the Braves. Braves will be Hunter Cervenka. Brian Snitker trying to play matchup here, lefty on lefty, with Jeanette coming up. As you see the numbers on Cervenka, and those numbers against left-handers has had a counter move from the Brewers manager. Craig Counsell is going to go with Hernan Perez to pinch hit.
Yeah, this is an area of the game that the Braves have struggled somewhat. Their bullpen, and the Brewers are hit away from tying it up. You know, Perez has been swinging the bat pretty well, though Perez much more effective against right-handed pitching than left. But Craig Counsell elects to make the move here.
Well, Scooter Gennett had the big hit last night. He's lifted for the pinch hitter. Now we'll see if Perez can come up with a big hit. Tying run at second. Go ahead, run at first. We're in the 7th. Braves just took the lead in the 6th with a 2-run homer. And Perez takes a strike.
And this will be 1 and out for Cervenka. You get Ryan Braun on deck.
Good numbers for Perez. He's done a good job. Gotten a few starts at third base. He's played short a little bit this year. No balls, a strike. And he's down 0-2 now. Hernan came to the Brewers from the Tigers last year. It was an early season acquisition. And he played okay, but the Brewers took him off the major league roster after the season. He had the decision to become a free agent, but he decided to sign with the Brewers, basically signing a minor league contract. He lost a bunch of weight. He dropped about 20 pounds. And he played so well in the spring and early part of the schedule that he earned his way back on the major league roster. And he's done a good job here in the big leagues.
Yeah, very good defensively, and no matter where you put him, anywhere in the infield, he's going to give you a good effort. But you know, he is very adept at using the opposite field, particularly with 2 strikes. The Braves outfield is very shallow out there, particularly in right and center. And a lot of room out there.
No balls, 2 strikes. New pitcher and a pinch hitter with 2 on. And he just got a piece. Count remains at 0-2. Brewers won last night in a game very similar to this. It was a 2-1 final. The Brewers scored in the 8th inning to take the lead and win that game. Craig Counsell has seen a lot of these games. 10 straight games decided by 2 runs or fewer. And we may be on our way to another one tonight. Brewers have some speed on the bags right now. Walsh at second, the tying run. And VR, a good base runner or a fast base runner at first.
Yeah, Perez right now in swing mode. He is do not pass go. And that was a pretty good slider that time by Cervenko, able to get a bat on it. Jay Przinsky going out there probably telling, let's waste one. Let's bounce one. Let's throw one out of the strike zone and see if he chases it.
A couple of big base runners on. Brewers had a leadoff double last inning from Braun, couldn't score him. Got another chance with 2 outs here in the 7th. Here comes an 0-2 and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. The inning is over. And the Brewers strand 2 more. They've left 7 on tonight. Still 2-1 Atlanta.
The Braves have a 2-1 lead. Stretch times of some Brewers fans taking in the final series here at Turner Field. We go into our minor league report. Shane Peterson for the Colorado Springs Sky Sox yesterday at Sacramento went 4 for 5, a double, 4 runs scored, and this season in 11 games he's hitting over 300 with 2 home runs. He spent some time on the disabled list, and you see the numbers since then. Great production for Peterson at the plate, and as Blaine Boyer comes on here in relief. Grew up here in Georgia, attended high school in Marietta. Told me before the game he's got about 40 people coming here throughout the series, so I'm sure very anxious to pitch in front of his home crowd.
All right, Sophia, thanks. Always good to be back in your hometown. That's where the new ballpark will be, by the way, up in Boyer's neck of the woods, Marietta, Cobb County. Brewers have a ton of players from this area, from Braves country, and they were all looking forward to this trip to Atlanta. Get to see a lot of family and friends. The old pass list is full. Boyer takes over in a 2-1 Braves lead. He's got Ender Inciarte leading off, Atlanta's #1 hitter. Darno to follow, then Freeman. It was 1-0 Brewers after they scored in the 5th, and then a 2-run home run by Beckham, the pinch hitter, in the 6th. Hill's over at second. Perez stayed in the game to play third. Those are the defensive changes. Hernan striking out in a pinch hit appearance with 2 on. Both clubs have stranded 7. And a strike on the corner. Little cutter on the back door. Inciarte has walked in all 3 plate appearances tonight. A shot back up the middle, a base hit. Inciarte aboard for the 4th time. It's a leadoff single in the 7th.
Yeah, 230 hitter that's seeing the baseball pretty well tonight. 3 walks and a base hit. And a leadoff base runner with the top of the order coming up. Another guy that might steal a base. Of course, the Braves haven't been too successful in this series trying to steal bases.
Yeah, Lucroy's caught 2 tonight. Well, that'll bring up Chase Darno. Darno stands right on top of the plate. Bouncing ball. And over is Hill. He bobbles and able to get the out at second base. Boy, that had disaster written all over it. And remember, Inciarte can really run. So the clock was ticking quickly for Aaron Hill. Able to get the out, the lead out at second.
Well, let's see with the replay. The Braves are taking a look at it in the clubhouse. Right there, if he gets it cleanly, it's an easy out. But second base umpire Dan Bellino right on it, calls it emphatically, and we'll see if that's going to stand. It looks like the Braves are satisfied that it's an out.
VR thought for a moment about trying to field it. I think that might have distracted Hill a little bit, and fortunate to get it out there.
Yeah, he's out, clearly out.
No challenge. Darno replaces Inciarte at first.
Well, it's been the big fastball that has given Freddie Freeman troubles in this series, but Blaine Boyer doesn't have that big fastball. Let's see what they do with him. High fastballs have given him problems.
He shows bunt with the shift on. Gives you an idea where Freeman is right now at the plate. It's not a bad thought, though. There's only one infielder on that side, and that's VR, who's out there in the shortstop position. So you don't even have to make it a perfect bunt to reach.
Brewers will give it to him. Not convinced.
Yeah, it's not going to change what they do.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Seen more and more star hitters do that the last couple of years. Guys like Joey Votto, and Anthony Rizzo has done that a few times. just to try to keep a defense honest every now and then. But I think the response is always the same. Every manager would prefer these type hitters to try to bunt their way on. Little flare into left. Braun got a break, and he'll run it down for the out. Good jump for Braun.
With Freddie Freeman having a difficult time getting the bat head out in this series. I mean, that was a low 90s fastball, just ate him up.
So it's tough. You're a star player like he is, playing on a team that is in a rebuild mode, a struggling team, having a hard time winning games.
Yeah, they expect a lot out of you. Only 15 RBIs. He's left 7 men on base tonight.
So it is Markakis with 2 outs. Freeman and Markakis combined 0 for 7 tonight. And every time they have batted, there have been 2 men on base. Until this one. Just 1 on this time around. All 3 of Markakis' outs are in the air. He had a foul pop in the 5th inning over to Aaron Hill at third base with 2 on. That ended the inning. That was Junior Guerra's last batter. Junior went 5 innings of shutout ball tonight. Struck out 6. In the air, center field. Broxton is there, and that will retire the side. Brewers are running out of outs. They're only down a run. They've got Ryan Braun to lead off when we come back. 2 hits tonight. Braun homered last night. Brewers need another big bolt from number 8. Top of the 8th. That man has made a lifetime commitment to the ball and glove logo. Well done, sir. He's hoping his Brewers have a comeback in him tonight. Miller Lite, what's on tap? Finale of the series tomorrow night. We're on the air at 5:30. Matt Whistler against Willie Peralta. Whistler, the only Braves starter with 2 wins this season. Peralta trying to get it turned around. Let's get you caught up now as we go to the 8th inning. Junior Guerra started. He pitched well. He was walking a tightrope a little bit, stranding a couple of runners on 3 occasions. Mike Fultonevich had the big power stuff going. This was the big blow in the game off Chris Capuano. Gordon Beckham, a pinch hit 2-run homer that gives the Braves a 2-1 lead, and that's where we sit as we start the 8th. Bud Norris on the mound. Ryan Braun at the plate.
Yeah, Norris got the loss in last night's ball game. He's 0-2, but a 184 earned run average out of out of the bullpen. That's 8 games. You see his numbers: a 603 earned run average. He began the year as a starter.
Norris took the loss yesterday. Gave up a base hit RBI to Scooter Gennett with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And the Brewers would love to hang another L on Bud Norris tonight. Count stays at 0-2 on Braun, who has not been retired tonight. On base 3 times, 2 hits and a walk. Braun came in among league leaders in on base percentage to start the game. Ryan 7th in the National League in on base average. And down he goes. Boy, that's a nasty slider from Norris. Braun strikes out to start the 8th.
Yeah, he's been much better out of the bullpen. In 5 starts this year, he was 1-4 with an 874 earned run average. Reddy said that his earned run average out of the pen under 2. And that's a very good slider right there for Bud Norris.
Here's Lucroy now. Jonathan is 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts tonight. Has a couple of caught stealing on the defensive side. Trying to make an impact with his bat here in the 8th inning. Chris Carter due next. Lucroy would love to give him a swing representing the go-ahead run. A bouncer that's going to get through. He got sawed off, but Lucroy able to muscle one into center field. Finally gets a hit, his first of the series, and the Brewers with a man on for Carter.
And nearly hit one out his last time up, and Lucroy needed that in a bad way. Fastball up and in, pulls the hands in, gets enough of it even with the shift. You see Beckham over there up the middle, and Lucroy able to sneak it into center field, so that tying run at first base.
Brewers had 2 on last inning, but that was with 2 outs. Now a man on for Carter with 1 away. Oh, Carter had a good hack. Boy, he was right on it, just missed it. He fronts the Powerball home run leaderboard, does Chris Carter. He's at 13. Braun hit his 8th yesterday, and all 6 of Lucroy's have come in the month of May. Carter's hit 8 in the month of May. Down the right field line, slicing. It is a fair ball off the wall. Lucroy will stop at third. Chris Carter with a bullet off the fence. A double. And the Brewers with runners at second and third, only 1 out in the 8th.
Well, he just hits him hard, doesn't he? Didn't have time to slice foul, and right off the wall in the air. I mean, that was one of those Ryan Braun line drives. And here comes the Braves manager. There's a slider, just a nice easy swing. Kind of an uppercut swing for Carter, and look at it, doesn't have time to slice foul. Bangs off that fence, and Lucroy gets into third base.
Oh, he is so strong. Unbelievable power. Snitker's going to make a move. To his bullpen he goes with 1 out in the 8th. The Brewers threatening here. Down a run. scoring position, looking for a late game comeback tonight. Only one out after Chris Carter's double off the right field fence. And Rockets going to be Ian Kroll. He had a terrible spring training, but has come back in the regular season, and now he's pitched his way into a pretty important role here out of the bullpen for Atlanta.
You can see what he's done against lefty. He's a 111 batting average, and Kirk Neuenhuis walking to the plate. He spent some time with the Braves, or I should say with the Tigers, and the Braves traded for him last November.
Came over in the Cameron Maben deal. Big spot for him with Neuenhuis coming up. Second and third, one out. Strike two, Neuenhuis.
Yeah, pretty good heater right there, 95 miles an hour. He's got a good curveball to go with it, and then he will throw a changeup.
He's had a big strikeout season. Atlanta is playing their infield back in this situation, so they're going to concede the run.
Well, they've got it, right? I mean, a little flare into the outfield, scores two. You don't want to give up the go-ahead run.
Carter does not run well at second. Neuenhuis would have to find a gap or down a line. One ball, one strike, and that one's in there. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and now Neuenhuis is in a 1-2 hole.
Well, the Brewers on the bench have two lefties and Martin Maldonado, the right-hander, so Neuenhuis gets the at-bat.
Anything but a strikeout here. Kroll had his sights set on being the top left-handed reliever in the bullpen, but after his struggles this spring and the acquisition of O'Flaherty coming back to Atlanta, he'd fallen on the depth chart a little bit. There's a bouncing ball to second. This will do it. That'll get the tying run home, and Neuenhuis puts it in play, gets an RBI on a ground out. Lucroy scores the run. We're all even at 2.
Yep, that's your job. I mean, with the infield back, particularly up the middle, you just put the bat on the baseball, and that's going to be it for Kroll. I'll tell you, Snitker likes to run through his bullpen. Got two left. He's got Vizcaino and Ogando. Ogando pitched last night. Wow.
And so out he goes. Back to the pen goes the interim skipper. Now the Brewers with a runner at third and 2 outs. Chance to take the lead here in the 8th. We'll take a timeout.
Last season here. Hey, DNR days are back at Miller Park this season. Through this special ticket package, you'll get a Brewers ticket and a camouflage Brewers cooler, all for just $20. For details, go to brewers.com/DNR.
Got the Brewers fans dancing in the seats here after an RBI ground out by Neuenhuis. Carter at third now with 2 away. Pitching change is going to put Alexi Ogando.
And a tie game in the 8th inning. Now Snitker, the Braves manager, has 1 reliever left in the bullpen.
Wow.
And he has been blowing through his bullpen on a record clip here. Ever since taking out his starter, Fulton Avich. Ogando threw a scoreless inning last night.
Let's see if Hill can deliver a big hit. 2-2 game. Aaron takes a ball. The Braves have used 6 pitchers to get the last 6 outs. Or thereabouts.
He's had 4 pitchers only get 1 out.
O'Flaherty, Grilly, Cervenka, Norris, and Kroll. Ogando deals it, and Hill takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Brewers have scored 2 runs tonight on outs. Sacrifice fly in the 5th by VR, and a ground out from Neuenhuis.
Yeah, the one statistic on Ogando you want to be aware of, he's allowed 9 of 14 inherited runners to score this year. That's a lot.
The 1-1. Hill takes a strike. Fastball in there. He's got an inherited runner over at third base. Ogando has a terrific slider. That's his strikeout pitch. Does have 3 wild pitches this year on that. Carter will be ready to run. The 1-2 pitch, and Hill fouls it away. It was a 2-1 Brewer win last night. All tied at 2 here tonight. Brewers just scored on a Neuenhuis groundout. Lucroy singled. Carter doubled off the wall. And Neuenhuis cashes it in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Go ahead run at third. And a swing and a miss. Hill strikes out to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Brewers have tied it up. And that's just the way it's been all year, right? All these games coming down to the wire. Craig Counsell, Derek Johnson looking over the card. Blaine Boyer is going to return to the mound here to start the 8th. As the Brewers have just tied it. Brian Snitker, the Braves interim manager, is plowing through his bullpen.
He's got 1 left. Craig Counsell's got plenty. He's only used 2 out of the bullpen. Boyer looking to get through his 2nd inning tonight.
A.J. Pierzynski leads off for Atlanta. The last man standing. I'm guessing in case the Braves take the lead here. Otherwise, you got to bring.
I can't imagine them bringing the closer in, the last guy out in that bullpen if the Braves don't score here.
Ogando faced just the one hitter. Brewers get a run on a ground out from Nieuwenhuis. 2 hits in the 8th to tie the game at 2. Braves got a 2-run homer from Beckham in the 6th inning to put him ahead briefly. And now Boyer trying to go multiple innings. Pierzynski reached on an infield hit his last time up. The Braves have had 4 infield hits tonight, after they had 5 line drive outs last night. The 1-2 and a jam shot foul got in on his hands. Big spot for Boyer after the Brewers tie it up. Counsell desperately needing Blaine to give him multiple innings. Good breaking ball. Shift is on. No problem. VR right there. Pierzynski is out. Well positioned defensively and one away here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, Brewers have plenty left down in that bullpen. They got the big 3. They got Thornburg, Blazek, and Jeffress, and they also have Mariñez, who really threw well in New York, and Carlos Torres, still down in that bullpen. So the Brewers could play all night. I'm not sure the Braves have enough to do that.
Bite your tongue, man.
Just saying.
No, I know exactly what you mean. So if we're talking about outlasting someone tonight, the Brewers are in good shape.
Yeah. And both managers have 3 players remaining on their bench.
Eric Ibar, the switch hitter. He's down 0-2. Boyer dialing it up there 93 miles an hour. A lot of games are final today in the big leagues. A lot of day games. Getaway day for many teams. Giants won again in walk-off fashion. Beat the Padres in 10 innings. Brandon Crawford had a walk-off hit. They've won back-to-back games via the walk-off, so the Giants are back at it. San Francisco won their 30th game of the season. They're 30-19. The Cubs won their 31st game of the year. They beat the Cardinals 9-8. Jake Arrieta now 9-0 and didn't pitch all that well. Gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. The Mets shut out the Nationals today, Rock.
Steven Matz, another good start.
8 innings today. Well, he had a terrific night against the Brewers last Friday. And the Mets beat the Nationals 2-0. Nationals still ahead of the Mets by a half a game. Ibar, center field. Broxton coming in, and he's got it for the out. Man, love watching that guy run.
Yeah, he gets a really good jump, too. He is a terrific defender. He covers a lot of ground. He very athletic, a good throwing arm, and once he starts swinging that bat, getting hits, you're going to see that young man relax and play the kind of baseball that we saw him play down in spring training.
Yeah, he was one of the Brewers' better players in spring training. He was freed up, playing every day, and he looked great. Brewers have high hopes for him. They think he's got a chance. See if he can make that transition to big league pitching. Here's Beckham, the man who gave the Braves the lead with that 2-run home run in the 6th inning. His first homer of the year and his first ever pinch hit home run. This would be big for Boyer if he can get through this 8th inning. Late in the game, you get typically a middle reliever who can give you a couple of innings in these high leverage spots. Look out. My goodness. Beckham almost took out Kelly Johnson.
Didn't miss it by much, did it?
Very fortunate.
Talk about picking one right out of Lucroy's glove. It's hard to hit a foul ball over there. You got to be really late on a pitch. Check it out. Boy, look out.
Oh, my gosh.
Boy, that would have got him, too.
That was scary. 0-2 the count. 2 outs in the inning. Blaine Boyer trying to make it 3 up, 3 down. Close. Well-placed fastball.
Man, Beckham hit a changeup out of the ballpark on Capuano, so looks like the Brewers, at least early on here, staying hard in on his hands with fastballs.
Look at that cluster. Hasn't thrown one in the strike zone yet, but Beckham has been swinging. Lucroy sets up away. See what he does here. 1-2 the count. Big breaking ball from Boyer. Working all the quadrants. Up and in, down and in.
You just don't want to leave another slider up and away. He got away with one on the 0-2 pitch. I should say the 1-2 pitch.
2-2 to Beckham. Here it comes. And a base hit. He can get to that high pitch, and he delivers again. 2-out single for Beckham. 2 for 2 tonight.
Yep, fastball out over the plate, and Boyer was doing a pretty good job staying in on his hands. He left that one out away from, and able to find the hole between first and second.
Back-to-back. 2 strike hits for Beckham. And he's on representing the go-ahead run in the 8th inning. 2 outs. Kelly Johnson will pinch hit. Slow curve misses. So Ogando is out. Johnson pinch hitting for him. He went a third of an inning. The Braves are down to their last pitcher.
Wow.
I don't usually root for extra innings, but I'm actually very interested to see what Brian Snitker will do.
Yeah.
In extra innings.
He must have something up his sleeve, because he is blowing through that bullpen like, it's September baseball. Like he's got 10 of them down there.
AJ Przinsky says I could pitch.
AJ
give you an inning.
He's saying to him, you realize you're out of pitchers.
You think he's saying that? The 1-1 and the ball high. 2 balls and a strike on Kelly Johnson. Snitker, long time in the Braves organization. He's had an amazing career. Finally rewarded with the big league managerial job on an interim basis. Snitker has been with the Atlanta organization for 40 years.
Right. Yeah.
40. 20 of those as a minor league manager, which is where he was when he got the call after the Braves fired Freddie Gonzalez. He was managing in AAA Gwinnett, just up the road in the International League. That's hard to do, stay with the same organization for 40 years.
Yep, gotta love it, right? Isn't that what they say about baseball? When times are tough and it becomes a grind for a guy that's been around as long as he has, but he loves the game, and that's what he knows.
Two and two the count. Beckham with a 2-out, 2-strike single. He's at first as the go-ahead run. Boyer trying to get this inning over, get the Brewers to the plate in the 9th. 2-2 the count with 2 away. Johnson pops it foul, had him out in front. Boyer worked to scoreless 7th. Trying to give Craig Counsell 2 scoreless in a 2-2 game. 2-2 pitch coming in the air, left field. Braun coming in, and Blaine Boyer. 6 big outs for the Brew Crew tonight. We're going to the 9th. We're all tied at 2. Brewers are coming up. Late rally by the Brew Crew to score a run to tie the game. We're all even at 2 as we head to the 9th inning. And we got some Milwaukee fans. Got the Packers represented up there, the Brew Crew, Marquette. Got the cheese hat on. That's all good. Those are all rally hats. Tattoo guy has the best rally cap going tonight, by the way. Keon Broxton. He'll lead off in the 9th. 2-2 game. Brewers have 2 runs on 6 hits, and the Braves bring on their closer, Arodys Vizcaino, to work this 9th inning in a 2-2 game.
Man, he can bring it. Look at the strikeout totals. 12.5 punch outs per 9 innings. 5 for 6 in save opportunities. He is it. There is nothing left in that bullpen. Unless Brad Snitker decides to sneak one of his starters down in that pen. That's got to be the case. I mean, I can't imagine what he's going to do if this game doesn't end here in the 9th inning.
2-0 is the count. Keon Broxton leads off. Still looking for his first career major league hit. He's 0 for 2 with a walk today. Has 22 career at bats in the big leagues. Just a few last year. 2. And he's got 20 this year. Be a good spot for number 1 right here.
And make it an extra base hit.
Or he could hit one over the fence. make your first hit a homer,
which is an extra base hit.
4 of them, as a matter of fact. The 3-1 is fouled away. 3-2 the count.
I just didn't get too greedy.
I mean, you're hedging your bets there.
Yeah.
I'm saying go for it all.
Yeah, I agree.
Now he's just trying to get on. Chopper going to be a tough play if it stays fair, and is going to roll foul. He would have certainly reached that close to his first big league hit. Got to be agonizing for Broxton. All these at-bats going by.
Yep, he walked in the 5th inning and scored on a sacrifice fly, and just a little spin, kicking foul.
Now Broxton walked and scored in the 5th. Came in on that sac fly by VR. 3-2 the count. And a called strike 3. Nasty slider. Wow, that was a big league pitch right there.
Yeah, there's not much you can do with that. I mean, you hadn't seen that pitch yet. And check it out. Yeah, started right down the middle, ended up catching the outside corner. You can see why Vizcaino has the strikeout totals. He has got a wicked slider.
So Broxton strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. First K for Vizcaino, 1 away, and Counsell is going to go to his bench here with the pitcher spot coming up. Alex Presley will bat. Presley's done a good job off the bench for Counsell. His pinch hitting numbers, he's driven in 3 runs. He is 3 for 7. Has homered as a pinch hitter this year. There they are.
I mean, he can get some velocity as long as he keeps it down in the strike zone. He gets it up, and one of those fastballs above the belt, he's got a problem. Yeah, but down there he can handle it. Pretty good location with a big fastball.
Well, I guess 98 miles an hour, right at the knees. Talking about moving the strike zone up a little bit. That may not be a strike next year. The 1-2 and a slider that Presley is able to check his swing with. Close.
And if they move that strike zone a little bit higher, I'm not sure how hitters are going to be able to get to that fastball that Vizcaino's throwing, the one Fultonavich has. I mean, up around the belt. I mean, good luck. Can't hit him.
Everything is down to Presley. Ground ball foul. Hanging in there on that tough slider from Vizcaino. Well, he's throwing that thing hard too. It's upper 80s with some snap to it. The kind of slider that has orthopedic surgeons lining up to introduce themselves. 2-2 pitch. Outside. Did he check it? Yes, he did. Full count now. Now Presley just trying to get on base. Brewers need a base runner. Looking for a 9th inning run, then turn it over to their closer and get out of here with a win. Full count. Down he goes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Vizcaino.
And fastball up, and again, that is a difficult pitch to be able to get on top of and center on, hit somewhere. Vizcaino with still another couple of strikeouts. He came in with 26 punch-outs, averaging just a little bit less than 13 per 9 innings.
25-year-old Arodys Vizcaíno. And VR takes a strike. Last year, the Braves started to use him in a closer's role. He saved 9 games. He was originally with Atlanta. He's from the Dominican Republic, and it was the Yankees who signed him first. Actually came to the big leagues for the first time with the Braves. Had a brief window in Chicago with the Cubs 2 years ago, and then back with the Braves last season. He's been traded 3 times already. He was in the Melky Cabrera deal from the Yankees to Atlanta. Two and two now on VR. Jason Grilli had the ruptured Achilles last year, and they put Vizcaíno in the closer's role, and he responded well. And he's got that role this season. 2-2 to Jonathan VR. Taps it foul.
Well, if you're wondering, Vizcaíno has gone 2 innings this year. He did it at Kansas City in mid-May. And not often you're going to see a closer give you 2 innings, but it's happened.
Here's a 2-2. VR strikes out. Vizcaíno strikes out the side. Impressive. Sets the stage. We go to the bottom of the 9th. 2-2 game. Brewers are hoping this one goes extra innings tonight. All tied at 2. The Braves coming up. 3 strikeouts for Vizcaíno.
At Turner Field as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning, and we're just a little more than a month away from Summerfest. And on Tuesday, June 7th, the first 10,000 fans at Miller Park for the Brewers matchup against the A's. You get a free Summerfest weekday admission ticket. Visit Brewers.com for tickets.
Always a great time in Milwaukee, Summerfest time. Tyler Thornburg on the mound for the Brewers, and his job is to get this game into the 10th inning. Atlanta's coming up in a 2-2 game, bottom of the 9th. Brewers tied it in the 8th inning. And Thornburg appearing for the 21st time.
He pitched last night a perfect 8th inning, setting up Jeremy Jefferson. And Tyler has been unscored upon in his last 6 appearances.
He's got Mallex Smith leading off. Strike 1 to Smith, who has struck out a couple of times tonight. He did reach on an infield hit his last time up. Oh, and 2 the count. Just got a piece.
And he got a piece of the home plate umpire too,
man.
Tom Hallion. He got that one.
That is no fun. And he's going to need a minute. Been a long game, a lot of pitches. And Hallion took one where half the population completely understands the pain. Give him all the time he needs. Usually you get a lot of concern in the beginning, and then after a few minutes they start laughing at you.
Goes away. It goes away. Just got to give him a minute.
Now the chuckles are coming. I know, we've all been there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's not a whole lot an athletic trainer can do at this point.
No, you just got to stand there and act concerned, and it's all about, you know, the guy that gets hit. He's got to work it out himself.
He's got to work through the pain. All right, the smiles are coming.
He's ready.
Things are starting to fall back into place.
He's a gamer.
It would carry on.
See?
Yeah, look, everybody's got a story too.
It's all better.
Everybody's got a story.
Good job, Tom.
You look to your neighbor to the right or left. You're like, well, I remember, you know, everybody's got a story.
Yeah.
We won't share ours with you here. That's for the bus. So we'll do it again. 0-2 the count. Thornburg looks like he's got a good curveball going early. There's another one around the strike zone. 2-2 now on Smith.
Just got to make sure you get it down in the strike zone, and you know, Smith's going to have a tough time with it. Leave it up. Leave it upstairs in an area where he can get to it. He might hit it pretty hard.
And now it's 3-2. Smith came to the Braves from the Padres. He was one of their top prospects. He was in the Justin Upton deal. And they like him a lot. Getting a lot of playing time. Full count. And a called strike three. And now Smith is barking at Tom Hallion.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I'd just go to the dugout, young man.
That is a rookie who amazingly stays in the game.
Right. You know, after he got Tom Hallion with one.
Wow.
That's one of those that's very borderline, and looking to take a walk to start the ninth inning, and I'm surprised he didn't get thrown out. I mean, that's good restraint by the home plate umpire.
Well, he gathered himself quickly.
He controlled himself. I mean, he did. He was upset initially and then kind of backed off, which is a good thing.
Usually that is a quick ejection. But you give him credit. He got it together about as fast as he could. And
you start going after an umpire, puffing your chest, and more times than not, you're going to get the heave-ho.
You know, good job by Tom Hallion.
Exactly.
You're in the heat of the moment. It's a close game.
Yeah.
As a rookie fighting for his life here in the big leagues, he gave him a chance. Fly ball to left, out to Braun. Inciarte is out, 2 gone in the inning.
Yeah, Tom Hallion's got a great reputation. I mean, he's a guy that will give you a little bit of leeway, and a very solid umpire. He likes one of those guys that, here you go, right here is where you start puffing that chest out. You go to the umpire, but right as soon as he got there, he kind of backed off. I would imagine Tom Hallion said, one more word, young man, you're gone.
That's exactly what he said. You're right. You give him credit, though. Could have made a spectacle, but he didn't. And it looks like he might have missed the call. He hasn't missed many, though.
They look down, right?
He's one of the best. One of my favorites. I always say about Tom Hallion, you can't teach a guy to care. You do or you don't. And he put so much life into his games behind the plate. I love his strikeout call. It's energetic, it's fun, it's entertaining. Hitters don't like it, but
and that rubs off on everybody.
Sure.
I remember umpires behind home plate. Steve Palermo was like that. You know, had a lot of energy behind home plate. He got you going. He really did.
There's a strike. 2-1. It's a slow buildup for Hallion. The first strike is always a little, you know, a ha. The second one is a little louder, and then if you get the called strike 3, that's when he goes for the backbender. Pop up into shallow right, back in the grass is Hill, and that will retire the side. Tyler Thornburg puts up a 0, a 3-up, 3-down inning. He holds serve. We go to the 10th extra innings in Atlanta. Innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. We're going to need a few strips of those tonight. Downtown Atlanta, we go to the 10th inning, 2-2 game. And we were wondering where Brian Snitker was going to go with his bullpen, using up his relievers. But he's going to go with a guy who has actually made one start and will be appearing for the 3rd time in the big leagues. The right-hander Casey Kelly, coming up from AAA Gwinnett.
He was nowhere in the notes and nowhere on the roster, and here he is. Almost like spring training. They just appear from the shadows. A 450 earned run average and a 294 opponent batting average.
Hernan Perez will lead off. Now the Brewers have outlasted all of the Braves' best relievers. And now Kelly, who's been a starter, he's one of 6 Braves to have made a start this season. Figures to be able to give you some.
Yeah, and he was scheduled to pitch on Saturday against the Marlins. So he's pressed into duty here tonight in extra innings. That's what we figured he was going to be using a starting pitcher if this game went into the 10th inning.
Kelly, a former first rounder by the Red Sox, is another guy that came to the Braves via trade. He was with San Diego as Perez hits it sharply but right at Ibar, and there is out number 1. Kelly acquired by the Braves this offseason. His first year with Atlanta. This is the relief pitching box score. Started with O'Flaherty.
A lot of 1/3 on there, isn't it?
Yeah, it took him 6 pitchers to get 6 outs at one point. Vizcaíno was impressive, striking out the side last inning. Here's Ryan Braun with 1 away. 2 hits tonight. He's walked and he struck out his last time up. All these Brewer hitters getting their first look at Casey Kelly. 26-year-old right-hander. Chopper, third base. Darno for the second out. 2 quick outs here in the 10th. And here comes Lucroy. Lucroy tonight has a single and a run scored. He's 1 for 4. Big curveball misses. Kelly's been starting down in AAA. Made the 1 start for the Braves. But at AAA, Gwinnett had 5 starts.
Yeah, had Tommy John surgery in 2013. He had some time with the Padres, a couple of years with the Padres, and making his 3rd appearance here in Atlanta.
Padres needed a catcher. Braves were pretty well solidified in that area, so they traded Christian Bethancourt to San Diego. One time a big Braves catching prospect, and acquiring Kelly, feeling like he could be a pitcher on the rise. Now his 3rd year removed from surgery. Lucroy pops it up. Freeman is under it in foul territory, and here we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Braves are coming to bat. Kelly holds serve in the 10th. It's never a bad thing to get extra innings with Tom Hallion behind the plate. Well done, Tom. Keep it going, buddy.
Likes his job. Why wouldn't you, right?
My favorite punch-out call. So we go to the bottom of the 10th, and it'll be Jeremy Jeffress on the mound. The Brewers bring their closer on.
This is something that Craig Counsell has done a couple of times now with a tie game on the road. And normally don't use your close. You wait until you get a lead. But Counsell wants to figure out a way to get that 11th inning. And he brings on Jeremy. 12 out of 13 in saves, a 225 earned run average. He picked up number 12 last night.
And Jeffress will try to get this one to the 11th.
I think it has a lot to do with where the Braves are in the batting order. Why he's bringing on Jeremy Jeffress, 3, 4, 5 in the batting order.
Freddie Freeman will start it for Atlanta. He's 0 for 4. It has been a tough series for Freeman, but still has the thunder to win this game for Atlanta if you don't look out. And he's got tremendous power to the opposite field as well. But he has not been able to get around on a fastball in this series for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Atlanta is playing their 9th extra inning game of the season.
That's what you're talking about right there. That fastball, that was pretty much down the middle. 96 though, but down in the strike zone. Normally a little easier to get to, but it's been a problem pitch for him.
Well, you got to stick with it, right?
Yeah, bust him in or throw a breaking ball down in the dirt.
Fastball, Freeman into center field. Broxton is there. And Freeman's struggles continue. He is 0 for 5. One gone in the 10th.
Yeah, got that one down on the end.
Jeremy picked up his 12th save last night. (12 out of 13 in save opportunities this year. He saved his first 11 in his first year as the Brewers closer. He's done a great job in that role. At the outset of spring training, Craig Counsell was going to go with a closer platoon based on matchups. It was going to be Will Smith and Jeffress, and then Smith injured his knee, tore the ligament. He's on his way back. Sophia reported earlier he's had a minor league appearance. He's got another one scheduled tomorrow. And when he comes back, he certainly won't be in the closer's role. I think Jeffress has established himself as the Brewers closer, and so now Counsell has some flexibility with Smith coming back if he does come back healthy.
Well, and all signs point to Will Smith being able to come back, barring any unforeseen problems. Had a good first outing down in the minor leagues on a rehab assignment, and maybe great to see him back. But Jeremy Jeffress has handled things nicely in his absence.
Markakis is 0 for 4. Freeman and Markakis have had a ton of at-bats with men on base. As a matter of fact, this is their first at-bats with the bases empty tonight. A called strike 3. Jeffress rings the bell. And 2 up, 2 down. First strikeout for Jeremy Jeffress.
Yeah, good breaking pitch that froze him. Check it out. There it is. Catching plenty of the plate. And Tom Hallion. Yep.
That's an extra inning twist right there. There's just a little heat taken off of it.
Keeps you going. It really does keep you going. You got to wear earplugs behind home plate.
That's great.
If you're the catcher, put a little cotton in the ears.
2 outs. Here's Pierzynski. And boy, is he late. 96-mile-an-hour fastball right by him.
Would you say Tom Hallion is the anti-Tim McClellan?
Oh, yes. The retired Tim McClellan. A very good umpire for many, many years, but he was always tough on a broadcaster because he didn't make a call right away. Now, he made a verbal call, but he didn't show any body movement right away. So there was always that little hesitation. Jeffress just pouring him in, trying to make this a quick bottom of the 10th inning. Chris Carter due to lead off the 11th if Jeffress can get there. Oh yeah, easy does it. Jeremy Jeffress carving up the Braves. 3 up, 3 down, back-to-back strikeouts. 11th inning coming up. Chris Carter will lead off.
Hey, extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
I got the next one.
You got the next one?
Downtown Atlanta thinning out now. Just about now the traffic finally dies down. Yeah, hang in there, young man. Get that camera ready.
Bus had to take the back roads today. Did you notice that?
I did. I was there with you.
There was a lot of problems on the freeway today.
Always is. Chris Carter leads off. Brewers all tied up at 2. Jeremy Jeffress, impressive 10th inning to get us to the 11th. We've been tied since the 8th.
He made Pierzynski look pretty bad. Remember last night, the last hitter of the game, Pierzynski hit a curveball. It was a hanging curveball from Jeremy. He hit it pretty hard, but right at the right fielder. But wasn't about to make that mistake again.
Carter takes a strike on a 3-0 pitch. Just looking there at Jeffress, the way he's wrapped up in a towel and how easy the 10th inning was. Looks like he's headed back out for the 11th. Count is now full on Carter. Problem you get when you're in extra innings like this is everybody's the same too. Everybody's looking for that home run to put you ahead. Carter certainly has the power to do it. And a high fly ball is going to stay in.
He's just missed on a couple of occasions tonight.
1 away. Sophia Minard's still here. What do you have for us, Sophia?
Well, tonight definitely following a theme for the Brewers. We talked about it during the game. This is 10 straight now of a game decided by 2 runs or less for the Brewers. And Craig Counsell was talking about it before this game started, saying, of course you would rather win 10-2, but he said what these close games reveal for a young team is the details of the game. He said it provides moments of teaching, areas where you're playing well, areas where you need to improve. And so he said on both sides of the game, you can see every pitch, every throw, every situation can affect the outcome of a game. He said it's not always one big performance that will determine a game, and certainly they're looking for a big moment here.
Find out how players perform when they're stretched a little bit. I like that notion.
Yeah, make mistakes. I mean, the game could be turned around in the 1st or 2nd inning. I mean, and that would affect what happens the rest of the way. The Brewers have been involved in a ton of very low-scoring games, and you really credit the Brewers pitching staff. The big turnaround in the starting rotation and how the bullpen continues to shine. I mean, these guys have been terrific all season long, and even when the Brewers aren't hitting,
ground ball foul by Neuenhuis.
They're able to stay in games. I mean, a lot of these 1-run, 2-run games are 3-2, 2-1, 4-3, low-scoring games. You have to credit the pitching. They're doing a terrific job.
15 1-run games. And the Brewers 8-7. They won their 8th one-run game last night, 2-1. Neuenhuis tied this game with an RBI ground out in the 8th. 2-2. Neuenhuis in the air, left center field. On the run is Smith, and he's got it for the out. 2 gone.
That ball just was slicing right back towards Smith as he got out there into the gap. Neuenhuis didn't really get it all. He got it down the trademark a little bit and gave it a pretty good ride, but an easy catch out in the left.
So Carter and Neuenhuis retired. 2 outs for Casey Kelly. And here's Aaron Hill. And he spots the edge for a strike.
Yeah, basically fastball, curveball, changeup for Kelly. He's going to throw some changeups to lefties. He's got a really good swing and miss curveball.
Hill in the right field. That's going to get down. A base hit. So Aaron Hill keeps the inning alive in the 11th. And there's the potential go-ahead run. 2 outs, a man on. And here's Keon Broxton.
Well, one more base runner that could change Craig Counsell's theory about perhaps using Jefferson another inning. His spot is due on deck.
He's got Ramon Flores out there now. Now Broxton still looking for that first major league hit. Michael Blazek starting to throw.
Yeah, just in case he has to pinch hit.
See Lee Tunnel there checking the lineup card. They count every pitch, even warm-up pitches in the bullpen. That clicker in his left hand. 2 outs. Go ahead run at first for Milwaukee. We're in the 11th. And Broxton hoping for hit number 1. An extra base hit. Hill would have a chance to score. Two out single by Aaron. Just can't get turned around on a fastball.
Yeah, late on, the fastball out in front of the breaking pitch, and that's kind of where you get sometimes when you press up there at the plate. A 2-1 or 2-0 fastball that he was a little bit late on.
In the air, center field. And Inciarte will make the catch. Inning is over. The Brewers strand a runner at first. To the bottom of the 11th we go. 2-2 game in Atlanta. The 11th, if you're just picking us up, Junior Guerra started this game, and he continues his trend in the big leagues. He pitched well, 5 shutout innings, had 6 strikeouts tonight. This was the big blow. Gordon Beckham pinch hitting with the Brewers up 1-0. Hit a 2-strike, 2-run homer, and it put the Braves on top. But then Chris Carter doubled off the right field wall in the 8th inning, set up Kurt Neuenhuis, and he grounded one to second to score the tying run. The Braves are playing back. 2-2 game at that point, and that is still where we are as we play in the bottom of the 11th inning. And Jeremy Jeffress back out there to start his 2nd inning of work. Eric Ibar leads off. First pitch swinging. Foul territory. This is VR to make the call, and one away. And Jeremy Jeffress, Rock, has thrown 11 pitches, all strikes.
Yeah, how about that? And that's probably one of the reasons why he's going back out. Only a 10-pitch inning last time out, or last inning. And well, asking your close to go 2 innings, that's Craig Counsell would like to see a win here tonight.
Now, Jeremy Jeffress has done this before. His last multi-inning appearance was September of last year in San Diego. He went 2 scoreless against the Padres. This is the 4th extra inning game for Milwaukee. They are 1-2. Amazingly, the Braves have now played 9 extra inning games.
Amazing,
and they are 2-6.
Right.
Here's Beckham, who hit his first home run of the year to give the Braves the lead. Came in as a pinch hitter in that at bat, and he's 2 for 2 now. Both of his hits have come with 2 strikes. Jeffress just threw his first ball of his outing. Yeah, tied him up, and no swing there. Man, that's twice now. Tony Randazzo has not seen a swing on Beckham. That looked like pretty much a full swing.
Well, last time he said no swing, Beckham on the next pitch had a home run.
I mean, I don't know how that's not a swing.
I don't know what Tony Randazzo was looking at, in all honesty.
That's a swing.
Yeah, well, maybe.
2-2. Get a little cranky up here in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, you miss one. I mean, you know, okay, you miss one, but man, miss another.
Shame on us.
To the same guy. Let's go.
Maybe it's the black bat. You know, Jim Gantner always said the black bat is invisible to the umpire.
It's got a white handle, though.
Amen. Good observation. Maybe the white handle makes it appear like it's not a swing.
Yeah.
Whatever. Tony Randazzo's not seeing it. It's the umpire vision hole. He's a terrific umpire, but he's missed a couple. Full count to Beckham. Ground ball to VR. Nice easy hop for him. And a low throw dug out by Carter. Good play over there by Chris. 2 outs in the inning. Says, I got you.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been very good over at first base on plays like that. He pretty much makes a play on anything he can get to. Range is limited, but you would expect that given his size, but he's got nice soft hands. And watch the arm drop for VR right here, and that's what makes it sink. And a nice pick. You see the look he gave VR. Come on, get it up a little bit.
Here's Casey Kelly, the Braves pitcher, is going to hit. He swings at the first pitch, and Hill will make the play. To the 12th we go. Rally time. Get those rally caps on. Quick trip to the potty. we're taking our vacation early. Extra innings here at Turner Field. We go to the 12th. Rally caps are on. How's our tattoo guy coming? I think we need to, whoever knows this guy is going to have to send him a text. Tell him to get the rally cap on here. Kind of gave up on the rally cap. But if you're a friend of this guy, make sure you let him know we're watching him. Flip that hat around. Here we go. Wow, that was amazing.
See, he took the rally hat off when the Braves were up.
Now he's got the backwards shark going. That's a perfect setting. Ramon Flores will pinch hit for Jeremy Jeffress. 2 terrific innings. 6 up, 6 down for Jeremy. Flores had a home run against the Mets over the weekend. Tomahawked one into the right field bleachers. Ground ball up the middle and a base hit for Flores. And the Brewers with a base runner, a single to start the 12th.
Hey, good job by Flores going down to get that low pitch and able to hit it hard up through the middle. So Flores able to reach. Check it out. I mean, that wasn't a bad pitch going down and away. Stayed right on it and shot it right up the middle. And Kelly didn't come very far from grabbing that either. At least knocking it down.
Kelly up from AAA Gwinnett. He was supposed to start here Saturday. Pitching in extra innings. VR chops one to third. And a throw to first is in time. Darno was coming in on a potential bunt attempt, but it works just like a sacrifice. Flores goes to second.
Well, that was close. I think, you know, VR tried to do that. He tried to chop that ball and hit it over the head of Darno as he was creeping in, and almost worked. Just got too much on it. Hit it too much on the top and didn't get enough, you know, spin on it. Check it out. He draws him in. He's trying to hit it in that direction and just pops it up enough. That would have been a double down the line had it got over his head.
But he does advance the runner. Now a base hit. The Brewers can take the lead here. Hernan Perez will bat for the Crew, and a swing and a foul out of play. Perez came in a pinch hit role in the 7th and was up there with 2 on in the 7th. He struck out. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded out in the 10th to lead off. And here he is in the 12th with a chance to give the Brewers the lead. Milwaukee led 1-0 until the Braves got a 2-run homer from Beckham in the 6th. Both teams tonight are hitless with runners in scoring position. 0 for 9 and 0 for 18 combined. Both of the Brewers' runs have come in on outs. A sac fly and a ground out. Casey Kelly to Perez. Ground ball. Flores on the run. And Perez is out. Just out at first. Nice play by Ibar. That was a tough chance. Had him shaded up the middle, but he makes the play to get the second man out. Brewers have the go-ahead run at third now, but 2 men are gone with Braun coming up.
Yeah, really didn't have a whole lot of time to set himself. Watch the way he surrounds his baseball to try and get in position to make a throw. Had to get rid of it quickly and almost beats it as Perez. I mean, he got down that line very quickly and took a pretty good play by Ibar to get him out.
Just got him. That's the one you're trying to get home. Brian Snitker is going to intentionally walk Braun, which will set the stage for Jonathan Lucroy.
Not a bad option if you're the Brewers. I mean, you figure they're going to walk Braun, but you know, Lucroy, a guy you want to have up, your cleanup hitter.
Lucroy does have a hit tonight. It'll be his first matchup against Kelly. One more to Braun. And runners at first and third now. So Lucroy will step in with a chance to give Milwaukee the lead. Tough spot for a young pitcher. He is the last reliever for Atlanta, as Brian Snitker plowed through his bullpen in the regulation innings. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach of the Braves. I want to talk a little strategy here. He's got Lucroy up. He has Carter on deck.
I'm just going over a scouting report for Jonathan Lucroy, and maybe talking also to the defense as to what Snitker wants to do in the event of a stolen base attempt by Ryan Braun.
Young pitcher. He's got a little time in the big leagues. And the last reliever available. Pitching in his third inning now. Big spot, first and third. Lucroy coming up. Over his career, he has been one of the best the Brewers have had with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Has not been the case this year. Braun is going to take off here.
Yeah, they're just going to give him second base. And what they might do is walk Lucroy and pitch to Carter. Who knows what they're going to do at this point. And they are going to walk Lucroy and go after Chris Carter.
And so Lucroy will walk, and now the Brewers have a chance to bust this one wide open here with 2 outs in the 12th. It's going to load him up.
They give him a stolen base?
They did not.
Now that's bogus.
I'm with you. We've talked about that a few times.
Yeah, that's you know, a tie game in the 12th inning. Right. I mean, really?
If they choose not to hold him on, I think they should just do away with defensive indifference.
Right.
I think any stolen base attempt should count, but that's for a different time. Back-to-back intentional walks. And here comes Chris Carter, who has had the biggest bolt of the night for the Brewers when he lined a rocket off the right field fence, setting up the run-scoring ground out by Neuenhuis in the 8th that tied the game.
He had the double and a couple of near misses too surrounding that double. And just missed a couple deep fly balls to right.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. 2-2 game in the 12th in Atlanta.
Got to get a big lead if you're Ramon Flores over there at third base. You can't be flat-footed over there. Got to get that secondary lead. If something gets away from Pierzynski, take off.
One thing to note about Turner Field, and it's happened before, there is not much distance from home plate to the back wall. That's it. That's not much at all. And there are some caroms back there that'll bounce directly to the catcher.
And one kicks to the side, a little bit different.
And Kelly and Pierzynski want to chat about it again. Chris Carter has had 2 career grand slams. They came in the same season. 2014. Had one against the Twins, the other one against the Angels as a member of the Astros. Oh, he had a big cut.
Yeah, that was his pitch right there. Fastball, outer half.
Carter is looking for his first hit of the season with the bases loaded. He's 0 for 4 this year. He's the Brewers' RBI leader. 0-1 pitch. Lays off. One thing about walking the bases loaded in a spot like this, you're dealing with a young pitcher, inexperienced pitcher. Puts a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah. Hasn't walked anybody yet except for the intentional walks.
1-1. Carter takes ball 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he's walked the last 2 batters intentionally and kind of getting out of his mechanics a little bit. So Chris Carter in the driver's seat at 2-1.
The manager anxious. Hitters count for Carter. The 2-1. 2-2. Just missing it. Shaking his head. He knew he had one to hit.
And he's had two to hit. And he fouled them both back.
Now this will be a big pitch. Bases loaded, 2 gone. Here it comes. Carter fouls it away. Got to give Kelly credit. He's pouring in the strikes.
Yeah, went with a slider that time, and Carter just able to stay alive.
Do it again. Another 2-2 on the way. And a strikeout. Carter's gone. Inning over. Brewers strand, the bases loaded. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning from Turner Field, Atlanta. Golden opportunity lost. Good pitch. Brewers just strand, the bases loaded. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Craig Counsell still in pretty good shape with his bullpen. He got 2 innings out of Jeremy Jeffress, and now Michael Blazek is on. And he's trying to hold ground here and get this one to the 13th inning.
Well, and you might be able to get 2 innings out of Blazek as well. We'll see if he needs it. But last night he pitched. He earned his 2nd win of the season. Tossed a scoreless 7th inning here at Turner Field. Is unscored upon in 18 of 23 appearances this year. Well, he's got the 8-hitter and then the top of the order coming up against him here in the 12th inning.
I feel like the tomahawk chop is manufactured at this point.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, maybe just to do away with it.
I think that guy's the only one actually doing it. Malik Smith will lead off for Atlanta. Smith tonight 1 out of 4, had an infield hit in the 6th inning. And very fortunate to still be in this game. He was barking at Tom Howyan. Howyan showed a little restraint. Let him stay in. I think Howyan said something to the effect, and I'm just imagining this, but if I got to be here, you got to be here. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Stop yelling at me. It's a curveball strike.
Either that or you're really coming after me like that after what I've just been through.
Right. Yes. After just taking a foul ball to the protective cup.
Yes.
2-2. Now Smith does have a little power. He's hit 3 homers. You got to respect that a little bit if you're Blazek.
None of them here though.
Only 2 players have homered here. A swing and a miss. Down he goes. A strikeout for Blazek. 1 away.
Man, chasing a high one right here out of the strike zone. Actually came right back, then it's slider. He started off the outside corner and then came right back over and caught the edge. That would have been a called strike. Yeah, good pitch by Blazek, and Smith way out in front of it.
Brewers bullpen has retired 11 straight. Inciarte, the leadoff hitter, has walked 3 times. He's singled. Finally retired him in the 9th. Thornburg got him to fly out to left. Jeffress worked 2 scoreless, 6 up, 6 down. And now Blazek. There's strike 1, 2-1 now on Inciarte.
Yep, 93 with a little movement. The one before at 95 to go along with a curve and slider.
And the count evens. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Blazek got the win last night. Brewers scored in the 8th last night to take the lead, 2-1. Chopper, tough play, and VR fires to first, not in time. Inciarte beat it out.
I don't know about that. That was a good play by VR. Good transfer out of the glove and on its way to first base. And Brewers, you know we're going to take a look at that one. Another infield hit. What's that, 5?
That would be the 5th if it stands. Pat Murphy, the bench coach, on the phone. Let's see.
Yeah, this time he goes with the glove and gets it out quickly. Well, I tell you, that's pretty close, huh?
Tough to tell with that angle. Going to need a better replay. Let's see if we can pick it up here.
Yeah, why not? And Craig Counsell wants him to go to the replay.
Catch.
Oh,
man.
Yeah, that's going to be close.
It is bang, bang. By the length of a spike. This should be the clearest angle. I don't know what he got, Rock. I think it's an out.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, that's pretty close.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Tough one.
Yeah, the cleat of the heel of the spike touched the bag before the front of the foot, and when was contact with the glove made by the baseball? Who knows?
All right.
Watch the heel.
Right there.
He might be out.
I got space between the spike and the bag.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they say in New York.
I tell you, it is. I say this all the time. It is amazing what we can see with our cameras and these replay machines now.
And the umpires don't have that ability, but they're usually right. Tony Randazzo gave the safe call. That's the key. I mean, is there enough to overturn it?
So the crew chief, Hallion, the calling umpire, the headsets are off. The call is out. Overturned. Wow, that's a big one. And by the length of a spike.
Yeah, that was a nice play by Jonathan VR. This time he takes the glove option, the glove into the hand, and still able to have enough on the throw to get the out by a hairline.
Wow.
I mean, that is not much. Randazzo, the first base umpire, gives a safe call, but overturned.
Seeing things these days that we have never seen. It makes you think about all those calls, all those close plays throughout the history of the game that have maybe they haven't gone in that direction. Maybe they weren't the right call after all. Can't put that one on an umpire, though. That one is.
Yep, bang, bang.
I mean, I'm not sure the tenths of seconds. I'd say probably 1/10, maybe less than.
No, how long have we had the technology to do what we just did with those shots?
The super slow-mos, it's only come in.
That's the only way you can get those calls, that are that close.
And let's not underestimate the skill of the operators behind those cameras, by the way, to capture those images. There are human beings behind those things.
Yeah.
It's extra innings for them as well. Blazek with a fastball strike, 3-2 the count. Full count. And he lost him. That snaps a string for the Brewers bullpen.
Yeah, you know what that does? That allows Freddie Freeman to get yet another chance.
12 in a row retired by the Brewers pen. First base runner for Atlanta since the 8th inning. And a single by Gordon Beckham in the 8th. Braves have not had a runner to second base since the 6th inning. And Freeman yet again with a chance with a man on base. He's 0 for 5. It's been a steady diet of fastballs against Freddie Freeman. And he comes with another one.
Yep, down in the zone. He knew he was going to be a little aggressive. He hasn't been able to get the bat head out. He's been behind just about everything. And Blazek doing the right thing, throwing one out of the zone. He knew Freddie Freeman was going to try and get that bat started early.
Blazek trying to get this one to the 13th inning. Freeman in the air to left, in his tracks. Braun will make the play. We go to the 13th. Freddie Freeman has stranded 8 runners on base. He's 0 for 6.
Here at Turner Field in Atlanta, we are still even at 2. Brewers and Braves game 2 of this 3-game set. And before today's game, we were talking about Kirk Neuenhuis with manager Craig Counsell, and Neuenhuis has struggled at the plate on this trip. He came into the evening 0 for 14, and Counsell talked about it. He said, we have faced a stretch of probably the 4 best starters on this road trip, and he said Kirk's been producing at a high level. He has had a couple of rough games on this road trip, but he's one of those guys that you can anticipate going probably 1 for 3 with the walk, and so he was confident, despite the strikeout numbers for Neuenhuis, he was one of those guys that can battle his way out of a slump like this one.
Well, let's see if he can get something going here in the 13th inning. Well, you figure fatigue is a factor for all these players as well. Probably a few trips to the clubhouse for an energy bar or two.
Yeah.
Rock and I have eaten everything in the press box at this point, so we're good.
Can of peanuts and
chocolate covered raisins.
What else we got?
A whole bag of gummy bears.
They still got coffee back there, you think?
2-2 game, 13th inning. And a little tapper foul. Brewers have cornered the market on 5-hour games here recently. Had a couple of them on the last homestand. A 12-inning loss and then a 13-inning loss. 1 and 2 in extra innings this year for the Brew Crew. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball, second base, and it's bobbled out there by Ibar. Over on the shift. And they're going to score that a base hit.
Is that right? Okay.
As of now. That's a ground ball that I'm saying should be played, but Neuenhuis will take it.
Yep, a hit and a little changeup off the outside corner, and check out Ibar. It goes right at him. He knows he has to be fast with it because Neuenhuis runs pretty well, but that's a ball that you would think that Ibar's got to be able to make a play on, but it's a base hit on a changeup up and away.
Casey Kelly has been out there for the long haul. Brian Snitker just plowing through his bullpen leading up to the 9th inning, knowing he had Kelly, a starter, as his last line of defense. And this young pitcher, who has very little big league experience, has been able to keep this thing going.
Get out of a real mess in the 12th inning and left the bases loaded, did the Brewers. But he doesn't really have any options. You talk about Snitker. I mean, I don't know who he'd go to after this if this goes much longer.
I believe that might be a Nick Markakis situation. Runner goes, hit and run on, throw to second is off the mark, and Neuenhuis steals second. AJ Pierzynski is asking Tom Hallion about the swing of Hill coming across home plate.
It didn't look like Pierzynski really made much contact. I mean, if you're the catcher in this situation, you've got to make some contact. He doesn't. I mean, you got to run right into him. He did not do that, and that's why Tom Hallion didn't make the call. I'm not sure what he's doing. Pierzynski never touches Aaron Hill, and if you don't touch him, you don't get that call. I mean, you got to plow right through him.
Saying the bat of Hill, and he's right, the bat did hit his foot, but
incidental.
Yeah, I mean, it's a swing. You can't, certainly not something you could rule against there. Now, if you're catching and you're in a situation like that,
bump into the
do
hitter.
You just totally go for an NBA flop right there and see if you can get a call?
Well, you make the throw, but you bump into the hitter. He's right across home plate, and you see what happens because we're going to throw him out anyway. That's pretty much of a done deal. If there's contact made like that, they're going to call. They're going to call the out.
Well, the Brewers have the go-ahead run now at second base. Nobody out. 1 ball, 1 strike on Aaron Hill. Had a single off Kelly his last time up. That came with 2 outs in the 11th. Kelly pitching in his 4th inning. Brewers had the bases loaded last inning. Had back-to-back intentional walks to load him up for Carter, who struck out. And Hill fouls it away. Brewers looking for that big hit. It has been elusive tonight. A big donut with runners in scoring position all night long for both teams. Milwaukee is 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position. I think that's the one, Rock. Inside out, upwards flip.
I think we've seen that before.
But the timing wasn't quite right the last time he had it like that. It's all about when you do it.
There's only so many options you have on the rally hat, too.
That's the couple of the night right there. She's been dancing all night. He's got the permanent ball and glove logo on his arm. Super fans. 3-2 inside, ball 4, and Hill draws the walk. 2 on now with nobody out.
Well, if you're thinking about a bunt, I mean, the pitcher's spot is coming up. And the Brewers have Martin Maldonado on the bench, and that's it. That's a last player on the bench for Milwaukee.
Keon Broxton.
Be a good time for his first hit, right?
That sounds familiar.
Have we said that before?
Well, tonight he's 0 for 4 with a walk. Has not had a major league hit yet. A base hit here could be a game winner. Might be up there to bunt. We'll see. 2 on, nobody out. Broxton squares and he takes a ball.
Yep, idea here is to bunt it toward third base. They make d'Arnaud leave the bag, and hopefully you don't have a play at third base unless they put the wheel on. Doesn't look like they are, though.
Shows bunt. It's in the air. It's on the ground. That ball's live, and everybody's safe. And this should be a hit, which would be a major league first for Broxton. He's finally got one. Scored a hit.
Yeah,
Save that ball.
Monkey's off his back and attempting to do the sacrifice bunt, and finally able to get that one out of the way and got his first major league hit. Good for him. Bases loaded, more importantly, with nobody out.
Congratulations to Keon. Been a long time coming. His first big league hit. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Martin Maldonado is going to pinch hit here. Brian Snitker is on his way out.
I didn't miss it by much. That was a good effort by Kelly. He traps it, not able to come up with it, and Broxton safe at first base, his first hit, and the Brewers have the bases loaded and nobody out.
That's a great effort here, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't come too far from catching that baseball, and had he been able to catch it, it might have been a double play because Neuenhuis had committed to go to third base. Would have been an easy double play back to second.
As the old saying goes, it'll look like a line drive in the scorebook. Well, we have seen some managers use a 5-man infield in a spot like this. Snitker will not. Maldonado pinch hitting. Chance to put the Brewers on top. And while bases loaded, nobody out, feels like a pretty sure bet to score a run. The Brewers have had their struggles with bases loaded. And in their loss against the Cubs in extra innings, had them loaded in the 12th with nobody out and could not score. Maldonado trying to change all that. And a strike. 0-2 the count. Casey Kelly has shown a lot tonight.
Yes, he has.
4 innings of relief. But the Brewers have him on the ropes in the 13th. 1-2. It's been a struggle at the plate for Maldonado this year. This would be a great moment for him to deliver. 1-2 pitch. And he's able to lay off. Tough slider. 2-2 now.
This is the pitch that Kelly wants to get it done right here. Doesn't want to be forced to throw a strike.
Brewers knocking at the door. The 2-2. Maldonado on the ground, coming home, out there. So they get the lead out. 1 away. Still bases loaded.
I'll tell you what, I think if Pierzynski caught that baseball and went to first base. They might have had a chance at a double play. Maldonado not very fast. He just conceded that was not going to be hit hard enough for 2, but I think he forgot who was up. Takes Maldonado a while to get out of the box. And this is a couple of hops over to Ibar, and I think if he spins around, he might have a play at first.
Yeah, I agree with you. Would have been close, but worth a try. Now VR. Base is still loaded, 1 away. VR swinging a foul. Well, this is a good guy to have at the plate. If you're the Brewers, he's been a consistent hitter. Has a hit tonight, drove in a run with a sac fly. He's walked. All of those will work in this spot. Foul pop in the seats. It's quickly 0-2 on VR. Brewers had him loaded with nobody out. A couple of infield hits and a walk. Infield in. Aaron Hill at third, and VR a base hit in the left. Here comes Hill. He'll score. Broxton turns the corner, headed home. The slide out at the plate. Broxton is cut down.
Pretty close out there at home plate. That was a good throw out there by Smith. Right on the money, a one hopper to Przinsky. And the Brewers want to take a look at that one. Looked like he might have got his foot in there before the tag was applied.
Now the Brewers take the lead on a base hit by VR, 3-2.
Yeah, Broxton's not even at third base when Smith has that baseball. I'll tell you what, that's going to be close. Let's see what the Brewers elect to do. I think they want to go to the headset here.
Heck of a throw by Smith in left.
Yes, it was. That was a high throw. I think he's safe.
He definitely tagged him on the back. So the question is, did Broxton get the hand on the plate, or did he touch it with his foot?
Well, the foot. I think it's the foot. He slides head first, or feet first. I'll tell you what, no, he missed with the foot. I'm not sure why you slide feet first and miss with your foot. That's pretty close. I thought he got it with the foot, but he didn't. And let's check it out. I'll tell you, that's going to be close.
I think he's safe.
That's
the hand was in there.
That is bang bang, but you can see Przinsky not blocking off home plate. This is the one right here.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if.
Yeah, you can't tell where the tag is being applied. You can see Tom Halley and why he called him out. He's in a pretty good spot.
Oh, we got another extremely close call at the plate.
Yeah, that's oh man. Boy, these umpires have had some tough ones tonight.
Yeah, you're right. And one thing they can do at the replay center in Chelsea, New York, and there are umpires looking at this right now, they can stitch two angles together in real time, meaning they're connected in time. So you can actually look at one angle, freeze it, and then spin it around and see if the tag was on the back of Broxton and the placement of the hand. Either way, the Brewers are going to have a lead here in the 13th inning. And this is going to determine whether it's a 4-2 lead with 1 out or a 3-2 lead with 2 outs.
And didn't touch the plate with a foot. Had he done that, I thought he did initially. But there's the hand on the plate. And I'll tell you what, I mean, it can't really tell. I mean, does he touch the jersey? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure if they're going to have enough there to overturn it. But very, very close.
Call on the field is out.
There's a better look right there. It looks like he might be safe. So we're probably looking at that through rose-colored glasses, right? On this side, you really can't tell where tag is made.
Tom Hallion right there, the call on the field. So it has to be clear and convincing. Big hit for Jonathan VR. Comes up big with 2 strikes
on an 0-2 pitch.
Man.
An 0-2 mistake by Kelly, and he hit it hard in the left. Maybe a little bit too hard, right? Well, the Brewers gambling with 1 out. Ed Cedar sending the runner, and Broxton pretty good speed, good gamble to take, and Smith pulled off a perfect throw to home plate.
Umpires waiting patiently. It's out of their hands at this point.
Back in the old days, A.J. Pierzynski would have blocked off home plate. He wouldn't even have touched home plate. He was one of the best at that.
Now, the longer this takes, I think it's the better scenario for the Brewers here, because they're obviously looking at many different angles. They just have a blown-up image on the screen here for the fans, and
couldn't even tell there.
So we will wait patiently in this 13-inning game. Brewers have had the good fortune tonight on the reviews. And one thing to think about here, Casey Kelly is having to wait a long time between pitches. Now, umpires will allow pitchers to throw if they choose, but this is a very long delay. You know what, here goes back to the point, Rock, you made, and it would work against the Brewers here, but if it takes this long, it's hard to overturn it, and they're going to call him out. So yeah, just not enough evidence there apparently to overturn the call.
Yeah, you can see why, you know, that you're not going to overturn that. I mean, that's just too close. I mean, you know, Tom Hallion in perfect position to make that call. There's just not enough there to be able to overturn that.
Ends up being a terrific throw from left. Brewers have a 1-run lead now, 2 outs and runners at first and second. That review lasted 4 minutes. And now Hernan Perez with 2 on and 2 away. I think a good number, just all the reviews, all that we've seen, not that baseball's asking us, but if you get into the 90-second, 2-minute area, I feel like it's really hard to have enough evidence with all of those angles to be able to overturn a call. You rarely see it. So usually the reviews that are lasting into the 3- and 4-minute range, those are typically always the calls that are going to stand.
Yeah, never overturned, right?
Never enough evidence to overturn.
Right. I agree. We've been saying that all along. I mean, 90 seconds is long enough.
Got Maldonado at second, a wave and a miss by Perez. Now it could be a big play instead of a 2-run lead and 1 out. Brewers lead by 1.
On an 0-2 pitch. Yeah, VR, you know, bangs one into left field.
Hernan Perez, slow roller, third base. Here's d'Arnaud, makes the play to end the inning. Well, the Brewers have taken the lead. VR coming up big in the clutch in the 13th. Now can they make it stand? Carlos Torres will be the man to try to close this one out. There's the man with a clutch hit. Jonathan VR on an 0-2 pitch delivers the go-ahead run in the 13th inning, and now we'll see if Carlos Torres can make it stand up. Torres on for his first save opportunity of the year. He has 2 career saves. His last came 2 years ago. It was almost 2 years to the date, May 31st, 2014.
Yeah, Pistons on Saturday against the New York Mets tossed a scoreless inning. Torres, you see his career 7th season for the veteran right-hander. He's got the middle of the Braves order coming up.
Nick Markakis will start it.
Yeah, trying to make a winner out of Michael Blazek for the 2nd consecutive night.
Brewers have been thrown out for the cycle tonight, by the way.
Every base, right?
Had a runner eliminated at every base. Let's hope that doesn't come back to get him. Milwaukee's left 14 on. Braves have stranded 10. But the Brew Crew with a 3-2 lead now. Markakis starts it for Atlanta. Ground ball right to VR. One away. Markakis is retired. Well, you can't win a game like this without stellar bullpen work.
Once again.
At one point, the Brewers' pen had retired 12 in a row. So now they've retired 14 of the last 15 Braves hitters. Only the one walk in there to Darno last inning. Braves have not had a hit since the 8th. A Gordon Beckham single with 2 outs. There's a strike to Pierzynski. One ball, one strike. AJ Pierzynski. He's caught all 13 innings at 39 years of age. 1 for 5 tonight, and a swing and a miss.
Yeah, trying to get that bat started a little bit early, swinging it one out of the zone. Keep the ball down if you're Torres.
Brewers lost an 11-inning game here last year. 3-2. Bouncer right to Carter. Nice easy hop. 2 up, 2 gone. The Brewers an out away from winning a marathon in Atlanta tonight. He is an out away from a victory, and she's still dancing.
Yes, she is. Loving every minute of it.
Got to give the game ball to these two. Love it. 2 outs. Tyler Flowers will pinch hit. Brian Snitker is going to take a chance with a power hitter at the plate. He's hit just 1 homer this year, but he's got plenty of thump. Torres has the fastball dialed up a little bit tonight.
Fired up, trying to get a save.
Would be his 3rd career save. Ooh, had a big swing. 1-1 to count. The work by the bullpen tonight. Capuano gave up the 2-run homer that put the Braves on top, and then Boyer came on, and the group Boyer on down. They have been stellar.
Yep, as usual.
Wow. Right in the middle of the strike zone. Flowers fouls it back. It's 1-2.
A cut fastball, and 2 pitches that he could have driven somewhere.
Maybe not leave one there again. Ball and 2 strikes. And he got him a strikeout. The Brewers win. An extra inning victory for Milwaukee in 13. Carlos Torres with his 3rd career save. And the Brewers on a Jonathan VR RBI single on an 0-2 count win this one tonight. As Tyler Flowers strikes out at the witching hour, partner.
Yeah, midnight, right? We got a game today. It's official.